Chapter 1263. I guess all of you have heard about the changes in the realm of devils. Although we don't know the reason, the giant did extend his finger out of the realm of devils. A majestic middle-aged man said as a picture appeared in his palm. That was the scene when Su Yu and the others were crushed by the giant. What do you think? The Alliance master glanced at a dark-skinned, middle-aged man at the end of the table. The man said, I have some ideas. The Alliance master said with a smile, Gong Sun deity, please. The rest of the deities looked on coldly. They knew the Alliance master had a close relationship with the Gong Sun family, and he intended to let the Gong Sun family, which was ranked last, stand out. First, find out who the giant is. It is rare for the giant to attack the realm of devils, so they must be very important to the realm of devils. We can definitely get important information from them. Second, find out the voice that repelled the realm of devils. He must be a powerful man who will be of great help to us in fighting against the devil tribe. Third, no matter what, the realm of devils will be in turmoil, and we must take precautions. After hearing that, the Alliance Master said approvingly, What he said is exactly what I am thinking. Do you have anything to add? The family masters were silent. They didn't know the details until now. What could they add? However, the Gong Sun deity who had been summoned by the Alliance Master before the meeting should know the details in advance so he could put forward feasible suggestions so quickly. Seeing the deities were silent, the Gong Sun deity smiled contentedly. With the help of the Alliance Master, the Gong Sun family had been thriving in the past 10 years. They had accumulated strength secretly and made many meritorious deeds that even the top 3 families were jealous of. In a few years, the Gong Sun family would be ranked in the top 5 families. If not, we will carry out a thorough investigation. The Alliance Master made the final decision. At this time, a lazy voice came in. Gong Sun deity, you said you would take precautions. But why haven't you reached an agreement with the envoy of the Great Eastern Alliance? It has been half a year, and you have made no progress. The deities were amused. The speaker was from the Glittering family, which was ranked 5th in the realm of devils. If nothing unexpected happened, their ranking would be forcibly taken by the Gong Sun clan in a few years. If they were to rely on their own strength, the Glittering family would have nothing to say. But for so many years, the Alliance leader had been biased and had dragged the Glittering family down many times, resulting in the current situation. How could the Glittering family be willing to let this go? Over the years, the Glittering clan had been at odds with the Gong Sun clan. Gong Sun deity frowned. Forming an alliance is of great importance. Therefore, the detailed negotiation will definitely take up a lot of time. Haha! Why did I hear that your precious son was lustful again and insisted on marrying the daughter of the Saint God, which caused the stalemate? Such a detailed discussion is really in line with the style of the Gong Sun family, Glittering deity said with a faint smile. Hearing this, no matter how well-mannered the gods were, they couldn't help but laugh. They had more or less heard about this matter. The gods of the Great Eastern Alliance had no reason to oppose the alliance. However, after half a year, there had been no progress in the negotiation. They knew a little about the reason. Besides the high requirements of the Great Western Alliance, the biggest reason was that the Gong Sun family, who was responsible for the negotiation, made trouble. Gong Sun deity hoped that the Gong Sun family could become the link between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Western Alliance. Therefore, he requested the Gong Sun deity, who represented the Great Eastern Alliance, to marry the Gong Sun deity, who represented the Great Western Alliance. Gong Sun Shan happened to like the daughter of the Saint God, Shan Yuanqin. The Great Eastern Alliance wouldn't agree, which was why it had been delayed until now. This matter was not a secret. Gong Sun deity couldn't hide it, even if he wanted to. Humph! I'm doing this for the good of the 2 alliances. Only in this way can we strengthen our trust. Oh, then why does your precious son have to marry the daughter of the Glittering family? Any one of the young elites of my Glittering Jewel family is stronger than that perverted son of yours. Hearing this, the Gongsun family burst into laughter again. Gongsun Shan was lustful and tried to steal the daughter of the saint god. However, he was betrayed by the Gongsun family, which was still a great shame for the Gongsun family. Glittering deity, please show some respect. Gongsun deity's eyes became gloomy. Glittering deity said with a smile, "You are capable of doing these things, but you don't allow others to talk about it? How arrogant you are!" To be honest, many families hated the Gongsun family. Therefore, none of the 10 great families was willing to speak up for the Gongsun family. Suddenly, Gongsun deity rolled his eyes and sneered, "If you want to talk about these things, why did your ancestor turn to the demon tribe and become a demon god? It's a disgrace for a disloyal family like yours to be the first family to resist the demon tribe." Glittering deity became serious and didn't refute him. 10,000 years ago, Glittering Hongqin, a proud daughter of the heaven, betrayed the Great Western Alliance and became a member of the demon tribe, which had an indescribable impact on the Glittering family. Even now, the Glittering family was still speechless when it was mentioned, because it was a fact. Because of this, although the Glittering family had made great contributions to the demon tribe and was always at the forefront of fighting against the demon tribe, it should have been ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength and merits. But because of this, the 5th family had to be wronged. You have nothing to say, right? Gongsun deity said with a cold smile, "I suggest that the Glittering family should be removed from the position of the anti-demon family in the next ranking." "That's enough!" An old and indifferent voice interrupted Gongsun deity's words. Hearing this, all the deities looked over at the same time. The person who spoke had a head full of white hair and an aged expression. Since the beginning of the meeting, he had kept his eyes closed and had not spoken a word. However, nobody dared to look down on him. Even the Alliance Master was afraid of him. He was Shimin Jian, the family master of the first anti-demon family. In terms of foundation, the Shimin family was the closest to the Alliance Master's family. It was rumored that the hidden strength of the Shimin family had surpassed that of the Alliance Master's family. According to many rumors, the Shimin family would compete for the position of the Alliance Master when the ranking of the anti-demon families was renewed. The Alliance Master's fear of the Shimin family was evident. Shimin Jian opened his cloudy eyes and stared at Gongsun deity calmly. "What's the point of mentioning this matter again in the past 10,000 years? According to what you said, all the new anti-demon families, including the Gongsun family, were just ordinary deities 10,000 years ago. How could they be qualified to take the position of the anti-demon families? Don't you care about the past and ignore the contributions made in the past 10,000 years? Aren't you afraid of disappointing the anti-demon families?" Glittering deity bowed to Gongsun deity in silence. Many anti-demon families also shook their heads at Gongsun deity. Gongsun deity felt humiliated and was full of hatred. However, he didn't dare to show his anger in front of Shimin Jian. "From now on, don't blame me for being rude to anyone who mentions this kind of thing again," Shimin Jian said fiercely. His words made the atmosphere in the meeting awkward. The Alliance Master tried to smooth things over. "Ha! Shimin deity, don't be angry. Let's call it a day. Flying Dragon deity will be in charge of investigating the people who escaped from the demon realm. Heartless deity will be in charge of investigating the owner of the roaring sound. If there are no other opinions..." "Wait!" Shimin Jian interrupted the Alliance Master's words. "The Flying Dragon deity still has important matters to attend to and has no time to spare. The Heartless deity has yet to recover from his serious injuries, so it's inconvenient for him to investigate. We have so many anti-demon clans. Why would we hand this task to the 2 most unsuitable people?" The other anti-demon families sneered in their hearts. The Flying Dragon deity family, the Heartless deity family, and the Gongsun deity family were the supporters of the Alliance Master. All the important tasks were entrusted to them to increase their merit points. They had been dissatisfied with such partiality for a long time. Now, Shimin Jian rarely showed up, so they should cooperate with him and strongly oppose him. The 10 great aristocratic families and 7 great aristocratic families had jointly opposed it. Even though he was the Alliance Master, he could not act arbitrarily. In your opinion, who should we entrust this task to? The Alliance Master, who was very shrewd, didn't show his emotions. I will investigate, the owner of the Roaring Sound. No one can compete with the Shimin family in terms of information, right? Shimin Jian recommended himself. The glittering deity took the opportunity to act. Let the glittering family clan handle the investigation of the group of people who escaped from the devil world. We are the most sensitive to the devil race. The group of people who escaped are most likely from the devil race. The glittering family clan is the most suitable for this task. Hearing this, the other 4 families agreed. A trace of coldness flashed in the Alliance Master's eyes, but his face was as warm as usual. Very good. You 2 deities are willing to work for the Great Western Alliance. This is the guarantee of the Great Western Alliance's prosperity. Okay, I will entrust these 2 tasks to you. After the meeting ended, all the deities had their own thoughts. The restriction formation was lifted, and all the deities left. Shimin Jian, who has always been low-key, suddenly became high-profile. Just as the rumor said, he wants to be the Alliance Master. Who can't see it? He supported the glittering deity on the spot, which means he is trying to rope in the glittering family. This is interesting. The Alliance Master is having a hard time. It's still too early. The Alliance Master has been working for so many years. How can he be kicked out so easily? If I were Shimin Jian, I'd better be careful not to have any accidents at this critical moment, a deity said meaningfully. Sure, be careful. When the deities walked out of the Alliance Master's mansion, they received important messages from their families almost at the same time. During the meeting, something big happened in the Alliance City. The Gongsun family was destroyed. The heir of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Shan, was also kidnapped. More importantly, the kidnappers asked the Gongsun deity to go to the Julie Cavern world to pick him up. When most of the deities heard the news, their first reaction was that it was fake news. However, when they glanced at the mansion of the Gongsun family, the quiet ruins told them everything. Ha ha ha. This is going to be a big show. The most beloved son of Gongsun deity has been taken away by someone. How can the Gongsun deity save his face? He was so arrogant at the meeting. But he didn't know that his home had been destroyed. Let's go and have a look. Let's see how the kidnappers will deal with this. In the Jiuli Cavern world, Suyu opened his eyes slowly. Chapter 1264. Master Su, will the Gongsun deity come? The Duanqian Cliffmaster frowned as he looked at the increasing number of onlookers. Of course not, Suyu said. Ah. The Gongsun father and daughter opened their mouths. If you knew the Gongsun deity would not come, why are you waiting here? This is a matter of pride. It would be strange if the Gongsun deity would come. Su Yu's eyes lit up as if he had seen the Gongsun deity's every move. I guess he will ask the deities under his command to catch us. Then you. The Duanqian Cliffmaster was extremely puzzled. Su Yu looked at the father and daughter. Of course, I will kill the Gongsun deity. It is hard to guarantee that there are no cronies who want to avenge him. I can't be so lucky to save you every time. Therefore, it is necessary to eliminate evil. In fact, he had another purpose, but it was not convenient to tell the Gongsun father and daughter before he succeeded. The Gongsun father and daughter looked at each other and thought Suyu was crazy. One deity could kill them, let alone 10 deities under the command of the Gongsun deity. With a wry smile, the 2 were silent. Suyu saved their lives. If he was willing to go crazy, then they would go crazy with him. The Gongsun family. The Gongsun deity, who had left the Alliance Palace with satisfaction, rushed back to his mansion as soon as he got the news from the butler. Looking at the mansion that had been razed to the ground, he could not believe his eyes. Who had the guts to destroy the mansion of a demon-fighting family? No, they had also captured Gongsun Shan, a middle-stage prospective deity. Guards! The Gongsun deity roared in a low voice. his eyes full of anger. The deities under his command who had returned with him appeared immediately. "My lord, please instruct us." The 10 of them stood in order, glancing at the mansion from the corner of their eyes. They could not help but feel frightened. Who was the one who didn't want to live and did such a disgraceful thing? The thief destroyed my mansion and captured Gong Sun Shan when I was not here. Now he is in the Julie Cavern world. You will split into 2 groups. One group will place the world-breaking spell, and the other group will enter to rescue Gong Sun Shan. World-breaking spell. The deities were taken aback. The world-breaking talisman was a powerful talisman that could only be refined by the deities of the anti-demon families. It had the terrifying ability to destroy a cavern world. Once it was arranged around the cavern world and detonated, it would destroy the cavern world along with the creatures inside. Unless it was a god who could ignore the compression and destruction caused by the collapse of the cavern world, the rest of the creatures had no chance of survival. "Sir, where are the other creatures? I heard that many living beings are heading there as well." "Kill them all. They are also annoyed that they colluded with the thieves." The deities were speechless. This was the revenge of the Gong Sun deity, who had even taken revenge on the creatures who had been watching the show. What if the thief holds Gong Sun Shan hostage and uses him to make demands? The deity in charge of the rescue asked. Gong Sun deity said fiercely, "I will not accept any compromise. Are you 5 gods afraid of being threatened by them? Even if I place a restriction on his body, there's no need to be afraid. Even if I capture his soul, I will have a way to extract the method to remove the restriction." What if he has hurt Gong Sun Shan? Humph? He didn't dare. He caught Gong Sun Shan to negotiate with me. Don't worry. Gong Sun Shan won't be hurt too much. Do it now. Yes. The 10 deities all dispersed and went to the Julie Cavern world in a mighty manner. As Suyu had expected, he didn't go in person. If he immediately went to a random thief who asked him to go, it would be too shameful. In the Julie Cavern world, there were mountains and seas of onlookers. There were both ordinary people and hidden deities who were watching the show quietly. "Hey, I seem to feel the aura of 10 deities coming." Sure enough, the Gong Sun deity will never come. Although I admire this guy for slapping the Gong Sun deity in the face, it is not worth it to offend the Gong Sun deity for him. Let's go. We have seen enough of the show. In the pavilion, Suyu slowly stood up and looked into the distance with a faint smile on his face. They are all here. Very well, I can solve them once and for all. Who is here? As a peak mortal fairy, the Duanqian Cliffmaster's perception was not as strong as Suyu's. Suyu laughed. No one, just the deities under the command of the Gong Sun deity. How many are here? The Duanqian Cliffmaster held his breath. Only 10. Only 10. The Gong Sun deity's pupils shrank sharply. What do you mean by only 10? That is the whole army, okay? Swish! As he spoke, 5 deities shrouded in divine light appeared in the Julie Cavern world. The strange thing was that the other 5 did not enter the Julie Cavern world. Instead, they quietly arranged something around the cavern world. After the 5 deities appeared, they looked directly at Suyu. Hand over Gong Sun Shan. The deity responsible for the rescue shouted in front of Suyu. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "If I hand him over, you will kill me without a burial place. If I don't hand him over, you will also kill me without a burial place. It makes no difference whether I hand him over or not. Why should I hand him over? If you hand him over, you will die a quick death. If you don't hand him over, you will die a miserable death." The person in charge shouted coldly, "You have violated the prestige of the anti-demon family. This crime is unforgivable. Don't take any chances. Today you can't escape death. While you still have a choice, hand him over and I will give you a quick death." Suyu's eyes were filled with coldness. "Then I will also give you a choice. Now, when I am not in a bad mood, You can either stand aside obediently or be killed by me one by one. Make your choice now." The person in charge shook his head, for he had nothing to say. "Attack! Destroy their bodies and detain their souls. Remember to take away all their magic treasures. There may be a small, portable cavern world among them. Gongsun Shan should be in it." The person in charge shouted loudly. Then he turned into a mass of divine light and teleported to Suyu. The other 4 deities teleported to Gongsun Shan and his daughter. They decided to detain them all at once, as fast as a sudden clap of thunder. However, right at this moment, the 5 gods suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation of divine power flashing by. The 9 jade spiritual light on Suyu's arm flickered. Then 5 emerald green branches stretched out and whipped the 5 deities randomly. Just a slight touch of the branches sent the 5 deities flying backward as if they had been electrocuted. "You!" The deities who were responsible for the rescue stared at the fluttering branches in shock. "A divine-level expert!" I haven't seen the sun for a long time." A familiar and sweet voice, which was as beautiful as the sounds of nature, appeared with the figure of a graceful and charming girl. It was an elegant and noble woman with picturesque features. She was wearing an exquisite emerald dress, which was floating in the breeze. She was as beautiful as a fairy. When the girl appeared, she stared at Suyu with her beautiful crystal eyes and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." She was the tree goddess who had been in a deep sleep for 2 years. The water of the bitter sea in her body was gradually dissolved under the control of the Milky Way star sand. Moreover, when she was in a coma, her body was planted in the supreme growing soil. When she woke up, her strength did not decrease, but increased. Judging from her aura, she was much stronger than before. She was even stronger than the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity. It seemed that she could also compete with the 6th princess. "It's my pleasure," Suyu replied with a smile. When he looked into her eyes, he felt that there was a trace of charm in her eyes. The tree goddess sensed it and turned her eyes to Gongsun Shan and his daughter. "Hey, an old friend from Jiuzhou." Gongsun Shan and her daughter were shocked and said, "You are the ancient bronze tree goddess." Her existence was not a secret. "Oh, call me Mrs. Su." "Mrs. Su." The Duanqian Cliff Master looked at Suyu and then at Suyu. He was stunned. Gongsun Wuxia was stunned for a moment. She pouted and stared at Suyu bitterly. "Oh, little girl, you are jealous. Rest assured, I will fulfill your wish. In this way, if he cheats, he will have to leave the family with nothing, and all the property will be mine, ha ha ha." The tree goddess put her hands on her hips and laughed. "Wake up, it's dawn." Suyu was not surprised. "Let's get rid of the gods in front of us first." The tree goddess's smile did not diminish. She looked up and down at the 5 gods, and her eyes lit up. "Oh, look at your faces. There is a treasure light in your body from time to time. You must have a treasure with you. You are much richer than a group of poor gods in the Great Eastern Alliance. If I don't rob you, it will be intolerable." The 5 gods were glanced at by her, and for some reason they all felt a chill. "What are you afraid of? 5 against 1, we have a great chance of winning." Even the Gong Sun deity would lose in the case of 5 against 1. The tree goddess smiled gently. 5 against 1? Ha ha ha! Swish! She turned into a mass of green light and flashed in the center of the 5 gods, her body surging with magnificent divine power. The strength of the divine power shook the whole cavern world. As soon as she attacked, a god's body was smashed, and his soul was imprisoned by the tree goddess before it could escape. Her methods were fierce, and her strength was strong. She was totally different from the past. What? This is a god at the level of a master of an aristocratic family. The person in charge of the rescue was shocked and shouted, "The Breaking World team requesting support. A strong enemy has appeared." Swish, swish, swish. Another 5 beams of divine light appeared and merged with them. There were a total of 9 gods. As if they were facing a great enemy, they stared at the elegant and beautiful woman with fear and dread. 8 of us will besiege her, and 1 of us will catch that guy. The person in charge of the rescue immediately analyzed the woman's weakness. What she cared most was the silver-haired youth who let her appear. Swish! Immediately, a beam of divine light flashed toward Suyu. The tree goddess stood still and said, "Be careful." "Don't worry. I won't die. It's better for you to die. As a widow, all your belongings will belong to me." "Why did you ask me to be careful?" "Oh, I asked the idiot who attacked you to be careful." When the deities attacked, Suyu's lips curled into a faint sneer. He turned his palm over, and a golden book appeared in his hand. It was the Star River scripture. As he waved his hand, a large amount of demonic god's blood was sprayed on the book. Then, the Star River scripture was opened silently. Growl! Along with a deafening roar, a deity-level wild beast rushed out and crashed into the chest of the god who was close to it. Puff! Caught unprepared, the god was knocked away by the deity-level wild beast. Then he fell into the Star River through the cavern world. What? A deity-level wild beast. The gods who besieged the tree goddess were shocked. Chapter 1265. The tree goddess said with a faint smile, "Take care of yourself first." She turned around. Her emerald dress fluttered in the wind, and countless emerald light spots were embellished around the cavern world like stars. The jade-green dots of light each shot out a jade-green ray of light that connected with each other, forming an incomparably huge net that enveloped all of them. The 8 deities were shocked. They tried to break the net, but they couldn't break it with their divine strength. "Ha! Ha! Leave your treasures here." A deity screamed miserably after a charming laugh. "Ah! Attack! Attack together!" The remaining 7 deities were scared out of their wits by the powerful tree goddess. Unfortunately, they were killed one by one like sheep in the hands of the tree goddess. The deity who was knocked into the Star River shouted angrily and teleported back. "Evil creature, you are seeking death." Boom! The deity-level wild beast was no match for Suyu. Half of its body was smashed into pieces. After all, it was subdued by the book deity. After being dealt with, its strength was reduced. Therefore, its combat ability was lower than that of an ordinary deity. However, Suyu had more tricks up his sleeves. Go! The 5 elements mountain appeared in Suyu's palm. Then he threw it into the air. Like a mountain, it covered the deity's head. The deity sensed something was wrong, so he teleported away. Strangely, once the 5 elements mountain locked onto him, it also teleported away and landed rapidly. The deity teleported more than 100 times, but he still couldn't get rid of the 5 elements mountain. With a reluctant roar, the deity was crushed to the bottom of the cavern world by the 5 elements mountain. Then the deity fell into the Star River. Under the suppression of the 5 elements mountain, he could only use his divine strength slightly. However, he couldn't get rid of the 5 elements mountain. This scene shocked everyone. Even a deity was suppressed by the 5 elements mountain. What on earth is that colorful mountain? If they knew the demonic god of 6 paths had been suppressed by the 5 elements mountain, they wouldn't be surprised. The difference was that only half of the demonic god of 6 paths' body was pressed into the ground. However, the deity in front of them fell into the depths of the Star River. However, the deity didn't fall for long because the deity chased after him greedily. Not long after, an incomparably miserable scream came from the depths of the galaxy. After a while, the god-level wild beast returned with a mouth full of blood and a dying divine soul in its mouth. Very good. Suyu waved his hand and pressed the dying divine soul deep into the space between his brows. In a certain space, an excited voice came. "Kaka! Divine soul, I know you love me. Ha ha ha." The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. He retrieved the 5 elements mountain and the scripture of mountains and rivers. Then he glanced at the countless stunned onlookers. As someone who had killed countless deities, so you didn't feel that killing a deity was shocking at all. Under the countless gazes, he looked at the emerald green net calmly. After being killed by the tree goddess, there were less than 6 gods left, and all of them were injured. Su-yu walked to the front of the net and looked indifferently at the deities who were suffocating under the pressure. When they were stared at by Su-yu, all of their hair stood on end, as if they were being stared at by a ferocious tiger outside its cage. The scene of him killing a god in a few moves shocked them to the core. Do you also want to come in and have some fun? The tree goddess was in high spirits. After killing one, she would plunder the treasures of the dead deity. Now, she was a bit unwilling to let Su-yu come in to rob her treasures. Hearing this, the remaining 6 deities were desperate. Do you still want to choose? Su-yu asked. What? The 6 deities were shocked. The deity who was responsible for the rescue said hurriedly, as if he had found a life-saving straw. Please show mercy to us. We won't interfere in this matter anymore. Please spare our lives. The 10 aggressive deities were killed in the blink of an eye. Now 4 of them were killed. Who wouldn't be scared? Although the Great Western Alliance had a strict hierarchy, those who disobeyed the families would be punished. However, the 2 ferocious deities in front of them could kill them. That was the choice I gave you before. I asked you to stand aside obediently. However, you didn't listen to me. Now, I won't give you such a good opportunity. Su-yu said coldly, now you only have 2 choices. One is to surrender to me, and the other is to be killed by him and plunder all your treasures. Which one will you choose? Surrender? The deities looked bitter. It was only a little bit better than death. Can we? The deity who was responsible for the rescue tried to bargain with them. No, don't count on luck. If you think I won't kill you, you can choose to refuse to surrender to me. The 6 deities' eyelids twitched. Are you kidding me? You have killed so many deities. How could you not dare to kill them? The 6 deities looked at each other helplessly. A good death was better than a bad life. They all had families. Once they died, their families would definitely decline. No, I haven't plundered enough. It's not easy for me to meet a bunch of rich guys. You don't know how poor I am. The tree goddess was the first to disagree. Su-yu said angrily, Then do you still want to go back to the growing soil to continue your cultivation? Yes. Then put a restriction on them. Don't kill them again. Can I kill one more? Just one more. Please. I am too poor. No. Su-yu stared at her. Humph. You are so stingy. The tree goddess put a restriction on them angrily. The woman in front of them wanted to kill all of them. So the 6 deities didn't dare to give her any excuse to kill them. Before she approached them, they lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe heavily. They were afraid that she would find an excuse to kill them if they looked at her. After putting a restriction on them successfully, the tree goddess walked back discontentedly. Then, she put 6 emerald seals into Su-yu's hand. These are the restrictions of the ancient bronze tree goddess. They can't break them unless they find another ancient bronze tree goddess, the tree goddess said. Gods of the 5 elements had a unique advantage in the art of sealing. Most of the wood deities were good at sealing, which could be seen when she helped Su-yu seal the curse left by the central prefecture's king. The tree goddess glanced at Su-yu's chest and said with a frown, When you are free, I will reinforce the seal for you. Previously, I was too weak to block the curse completely. When she put the seal on Su-yu, she was seriously injured. But now she was a real deity. Su-yu frowned slightly. Actually, I don't know who the father of the central prefecture's king is. I don't know whether the demonic god sensed my existence when I came back from the realm of demons. When the deities under Su-yu's control walked over, they were shocked. The one who escaped from the realm of demons and attracted the attack of the giant of the realm of demons was you. The entire Great Western Alliance was shocked by this incident. Suyu was a bit surprised. Yes. Is there any problem? The 6 deities were dumbfounded by Suyu's words. All the deities, including the Alliance Master, believed the one who escaped from the realm of demons must be a demon. This was because there had never been a precedent of any other living being leaving the demon realm alive. I didn't expect it was you, my master. The deities changed their words hurriedly. Then, they informed Suyu about the details of the meeting. Oh, the Great Western Alliance wants to know what happened in the realm of demons. Suyu was surprised. Something strange happened in the realm of demons. Okay, I will visit the glittering deity when I have time. Why don't we invite the glittering deity here? Finding you will be a meritorious deed. I believe the glittering deity will come here in person. No, you should keep this matter a secret. Let's deal with the Gong Sun deity first. Hearing that, the 6 deities were embarrassed. They were ordered to capture Suyu. However, they didn't expect Suyu would set a restrictive spell on them. Send a message to the Gong Sun deity and ask him to come here to see me, Suyu said coldly. As the deities under the command of the Gong Sun deity, they surely had a way to contact the Gong Sun deity. Let me do it. The deity who was responsible for the rescue was the most trusted subordinate of the Gong Sun deity. He was a Yu deity of the Yu clan. He took out a crystal ball which could transmit images and messages to the Gong Sun deity immediately. After he injected his divine strength into the crystal ball started to shine. After a short while, a clear image appeared in the crystal ball along with a dull sound. The Gong Sun deity, who was standing in the ruins of his mansion with his arms crossed, said indifferently, "Is it done? Have you captured his soul?" The Yu deity was embarrassed. Then he moved the crystal ball to Suyu and said, "Gong Sun deity, you should be looking for him." The Gong Sun deity frowned as he looked at the image of Suyu. "What are you doing? Why didn't you destroy his body and capture his soul? Also, what did you call me?" The Gong Sun deity shouted as he sensed something was wrong. The Yu deity felt bitter in his heart. However, he knew it was time for him to make a decision. After taking a deep breath, the Yu deity scolded sternly, "Gong Sun deity, you went against the flow and disregarded the lives of living beings. You tried to destroy the Julie Cavern world and bury them all. The other deities and I still have a conscience. Therefore, we have decided to abandon the darkness for the light and serve this Lord from now on." Then the crystal ball moved to the other deities. Seeing that, they shouted solemnly, "Gong Sun deity, please forgive us for not being able to follow you." In the image of the crystal ball, the Gong Sun deity was motionless as if he had been frozen. After a while, he asked in disbelief, "Did you betray me?" His trusted subordinates, who had been following him for many years, betrayed him? He was totally stunned by this sudden betrayal. The Yu deity sighed. "Gong Sun deity, if you continue to be stubborn, you will suffer a lot. Just apologize to this Lord and repent for your mistakes." Hearing that, the Gong Sun deity's face turned red with anger. Then he almost spat out blood in anger. Can you not lie with your eyes wide open? He destroyed my mansion and kidnapped my child. Now, you want me to apologize to him and repent for my mistakes? What the hell is this?" The Gong Sun deity was trembling with anger. The Yu deity sighed calmly, "Alas, Gong Sun deity, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved." "Exactly. Just come here and apologize to him. Gong Sun deity, for the sake of our past friendship, I suggest you stop being stubborn and reflect on your mistakes." Puff! The Gong Sun deity couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Damn you! You destroyed my mansion and kidnapped my child. Now, you want me to apologize to you. How dare you? Fine. I will go there in person. Let's talk face to face." Bang! The crystal ball was destroyed by the Gong Sun deity angrily. The Yu deity looked at Suyu helplessly. Suyu said with a faint smile, "I am not afraid that he will come. I am afraid that he won't come. Just wait here quietly for a good show. I guess the person I am waiting for will arrive soon. The person? Who? Chapter 1266. Soon after that, the Julie Cavern world started to shake and was on the verge of collapse. A strong divine light pierced through the barrier of the Julie Cavern world and illuminated the whole sky. Many creatures in the cavern world prostrated themselves and trembled in fear. That was an extraordinary deity's fluctuation, which meant he was not an ordinary deity. Crack! A pitch-black crack was torn open in the cavern world. Then a deity who was covered in golden light descended from it. Gong Sun deity is here as I expected. How could he not be here? His trusted subordinates were either killed or betrayed him. How could he remain indifferent? Ha ha, Gong Sun deity is in big trouble today. Not necessarily. The family head of one of the top 10 anti-demon families can't be that simple. The Yu deity who is standing behind Suyu lowered his head subconsciously as he looked at the deity in the divine light. When he realized his situation, he raised his head reluctantly but didn't dare to look into Gong Sun deity's eyes. Gong Sun deity looked at the 6 deities coldly and said, "Say it again. Who should apologize to us?" The 6 deities remained silent. None of them dared to say anything. "Say it." Gong Sun deity's shout scared the Yu deity and the other deities. The Gong Sun deity had been powerful for a long time, which scared them subconsciously. The Yu deity and the other deities didn't dare to look into Gong Sun deity's eyes. They lowered their heads silently. The entire Julie Cavern world fell silent because of Gong Sun deity's shout. None of the onlookers, including the Yu deity, dared to say anything at this moment. Then a chuckle broke the deathly silence. "The 6 of you are now my people, yet you are bowing and bowing to another god. Are you looking down on me?" It sounded like a chuckle. However, it was like thunder to the Yu deity and the other deities, which made them sweat profusely. Their lives were in Suyu's hands now. "If you think you are useless, I don't need to keep you alive." Hearing that, the Yu deity and the other deities said seriously, "As you wish, master." "What are you waiting for? The deity in front of us is extremely vicious, and he tried to bury the creatures of the Great Western Alliance in the Julie Cavern world. In my opinion, he is most likely a spy sent by the Devil Clan. Capture him and interrogate him." "Yes." The Yu deity and the other 4 deities didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Although they were still afraid of Gong Sun deity, they had no other choice. "Gong Sun deity, you are unforgivable," the Yu deity shouted as he attacked first. The other 5 gods also chose to act. 6 versus 1 was Gong Sun deity's limit. At least according to his previous fights, he had a very low chance of winning 5 versus 1, let alone 6 versus 1. However, Gong Sun deity said coldly, "Those who betray me will die." "You are the one who will die." The Yu deity and the other 5 were ready to risk their lives to kill him. In the beginning, the Gong Sun deity was able to resist them, and he was able to fight evenly with the 6 of them. However, as time went by, the Yu deity and the other 5 overcame their fear and cooperated with each other more skillfully. Gradually, they gained the upper hand. "Destroy!" Suddenly, the Yu deity found an opportunity. He pulled out a bone whip and sprayed a mouthful of divine blood on the bone whip. The bone whip turned red instantly, which was almost as powerful as an imitation emperor-based saint artifact. Then it hit Gong Sun deity's back. Bang! A muffled sound that penetrated the cavern world echoed in the silent world. A big hole was left on Gong Sun deity's back, and his white bones could be vaguely seen. After being seriously injured, Gong Sun deity's eyes turned red and filled with anger. Then he turned around and stared at the Yu deity like an injured beast. "You want to kill me with the magic weapon I gave you?" The Yu deity was shocked. Then he swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. "You are so stubborn. Don't blame me for killing you for righteousness." "Ha ha, righteousness. I will kill you first." Gong Sun deity shouted as his divine blood flowed backward in his body. Heaven-defying 9 divine blade. After his shout, Gong Sun deity's body was filled with boundless knife essence. 9 divine blades of different shapes appeared behind him, each of which was as powerful as an imitation emperor-based saint artifact. This is. The Yu deity and the other deities were shocked. They had been following Gong Sun deity for so many years, but they didn't know Gong Sun deity had such a powerful bloodline. Kill! Along with a shout, the 9 divine blades behind him became real and pierced through the Yu deity's chest instantly. The Yu deity's eyebrows twitched wildly as he sensed the danger. Then he waved the bone whip in his hand to protect himself immediately. Crack! The bone whip, a top celestial artifact, was broken by the 9 divine blades. Then the powerful knife chi pierced through the bone whip and reached the Yu deity's body directly. The Yu deity was shocked. He didn't dare to let the knife chi pierce through his body. So he took out a charm and crushed it. The charm emitted a bright light which covered his body and formed a pitch-black armor. Judging from its aura, it was an imitation emperor-based saint artifact. Clang! Sparks appeared on the pitch-black armor. Meanwhile, 9 dents were left on it. However, the Yu deity was knocked away by the tremendous force. Gong Sun deity's eyes were full of killing intent. You are not qualified to be so arrogant without my magic treasure. Su Yu caught the Gong Sun deity in front of him after saying that. After looking at Gong Sun deity calmly, Su Yu took out a pink skull. The power of an imitation emperor-based saint artifact was much more powerful than the bone whip. Anyway, you are my subordinate. Just take it. I will find you a suitable imitation emperor-based saint artifact when I am free. Then he threw the pink skull to the Yu deity. The onlookers were totally shocked by the scene. Gasp! He gave away an imitation emperor-based saint artifact so easily. There are less than 20 imitation emperor-based saint artifacts in the Great Western Alliance. Almost all of them are in the hands of the descendants of deities. No, it sounds like this imitation emperor-based saint artifact is not a big deal to him. Who the hell is he? How could he give away such a precious magic treasure with the help of a powerful deity? The Yu deity was stunned for a while. Then he said excitedly, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." The other 5 deities looked at the Yu deity with jealousy in their eyes. How could he get an imitation emperor-based saint artifact so easily? He had just pledged his loyalty to another deity, but the benefits he could get were doubled. At this moment, the Yu deity and the other 5 deities suddenly realized the person they had pledged loyalty to was not an ordinary person. Gong Sun deity shouted even more aggressively, "Die!" He couldn't tolerate the betrayal of his trusted subordinates. Also, he couldn't tolerate the fact that his trusted subordinates could live a better life after their betrayal. After getting the precious magic treasure, the Yu deity was relieved. Then he said with a cold smile, "You should die first." Buzz! The Yu deity activated it with his divine strength. Instantly, the pink skull opened its mouth. Intoxicating music came out from it. The music was so gentle that it could drive away the restlessness and hatred in people's hearts. Then it calmed people down and prevented them from having any negative emotions. Then the pink skull was enshrouded by the pink mist. After a while, the pink mist opened up a path. Then a lady in a pink ancient costume walked out of it. She was so beautiful that even the sun and the moon couldn't compete with her beauty. Her temperament was like that of a fairy. Every move of hers was like an ethereal fairy. Looking at him, from ordinary martial artists to deities, there was no one who wasn't stunned. They were deeply conquered by this beauty that didn't belong to the mortal world. Gong Sun deity, who was in a rage, calmed down gradually. Then he stared at the lady in the pink ancient costume absent-mindedly. Only the Yu deity was not affected by her beauty. He turned into a jet of light and approached Gong Sun deity. Then he pointed at Gong Sun deity's forehead with his index finger and middle finger. Puff! Along with a dull sound, Gongsun deity's head was penetrated by the powerful divine strength. At this moment, he recovered from the severe pain. The beautiful lady in front of him disappeared and was replaced by the Yu deity, who was full of killing intent. Ah! Gongsun deity shouted angrily as he slapped the Yu deity away. However, he was also sent flying backward. A bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, and his divine blood kept gushing out. The Yu deity spat out a mouthful of blood as he was hit in the chest. However, he said excitedly, his body and soul are both injured. Let's attack him together. We can kill him with one blow. Because of his serious injury, the 9 divine broadswords behind Gongsun deity had disappeared completely. Let me deal with him. Get out of my way. Let me deal with him. The other 5 deities who were stimulated by Gongsun deity started to attack him as if he were their mortal enemy. They were stimulated by the Yu deity's good luck, a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact. If they could kill Gongsun deity, they would be rewarded handsomely. The Yu deity, who was annoyed, didn't dare to be left behind. The audience was dumbfounded as they looked at this unprecedented and bizarre scene. Not long ago, they had been Gongsun deity's henchmen. Now, they were trying to kill him as if he were his mortal enemy. 6 deities arrived in front of Gongsun deity instantly and attacked him. All of them were trying to kill him. Gongsun deity couldn't resist at all. His eyes were full of hatred. Right when he was about to be killed, a loud and clear voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Reversal of heaven and earth, fixing yin and yang. With a light shout, the 6 deities actually stopped moving and were frozen in place. Although they were still in the same position, their bodies and souls were totally out of control like puppets. Only their eyes were full of shock and fear. The onlookers were also in an uproar. Fixing yin and yang in the secret book of heaven and earth. It's the Alliance leader. What? The Alliance leader is here. Oh no, the Alliance leader is here. It seems Gongsun deity is well prepared. He asked the Alliance leader for help before he came here. Indeed, although that guy and the deities around him are powerful, they're nothing in front of the Alliance leader. I'm afraid he didn't expect that the Alliance leader would be here. Swish! The Julie cavern world was shaking violently. It seemed this world couldn't contain powerful beings anymore. Along with a deafening sound, the cavern world was broken into pieces. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared. He was wearing a purple gold crown and a luxurious robe. Behind him were 10 gods with extremely powerful cultivation bases. Each of them was more powerful than the Yu deity. The tree goddess, who was calm, started to look serious. Be careful. That deity is very dangerous. To everyone's surprise, Suyu said with a faint smile, "Finally, you are here, the Alliance leader of the Great Western Alliance." Ah, not only the father and daughter of the Duanshin Cliff, but also the onlookers were shocked. Why didn't he go with Gongsun deity? Why did he wait for the Alliance leader? Wait, did he wait for the Alliance leader from the beginning? Chapter 1267. You've caused such a huge commotion because you wanted to alarm me, the Alliance leader, right? The purple gold crown man's eyes flickered with a profound light. Gongsun deity retreated behind the Alliance master in surprise. So the silver-haired youth's actions were just to alert the Alliance master? But thinking about it carefully, there was no way the Alliance master wouldn't be alerted if an anti-demon family was bullied to such an extent. Suyu smiled and nodded. Talking to smart people saves time and energy. You are the one I have been waiting for. As for you, Suyu looked at Gongsun deity. I just want to teach you a lesson to let you know that not everyone can be bullied. Many of the onlookers were bewildered. Now that they thought about it, it was still a mystery why Suyu had caused trouble for the Gongsun family. What kind of hatred did Gongsun deity have to bully him so miserably? His mansion had been destroyed, his successor had been captured, and all the gods under his command had been captured. From today onwards, it would be impossible for the Gongsun anti-demon clan to rank among the top 5. Whether or not they could maintain their position as one of the top 10 anti-demon clans depended on their luck and whether or not they could quickly gather a group of powerful subordinates. The purple-gold-crowned middle-aged man's deep eyes swept across and suddenly focused on the Duanqian Cliffmaster. He was slightly surprised. Gongsunya? The real name of the Duanqian Cliffmaster was Gongsunya. Gongsunya's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he stared at the middle-aged man with the purple gold crown. He was supposed to be his son-in-law, but he became a sacrifice because of politics. It would be a lie to say that he didn't hate them. The purple gold crowned middle-aged man looked at him meaningfully, then looked back at Suyu. Are you doing this for him? Yes. What do you want to say by luring me here? Negotiate. The Gongsun father and daughter were both shocked. Could it be that the negotiation Suyu had mentioned was actually with the Alliance Master? Su, you could only take revenge on the Gongsun family because they had caused the Gongsun father and daughter to suffer. Su, you would only negotiate with the Alliance Master because Wu Xie's birth mother was still in the Alliance Master's mansion. About what? Let's talk about the unfinished marriage. The purple-gold-crowned middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and smiled in surprise. I thought you wanted to talk about handing over my daughter to this father and daughter. I didn't expect your appetite to be so big. If he handed his daughter over to them, it would be very simple. He could make the decision with a single thought. But the significance of a marriage alliance was extraordinary. It was significant to him, and it was also significant to Gongsunya. If he agreed to the marriage, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had made the wrong decision in the past. It would be equivalent to admitting that Gongsunya had eloped with his daughter. This was undoubtedly a slap to his own face. I've always had a big appetite. I'm only asking for a marriage alliance because we're both creatures of the Xing River and we have a common enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a marriage alliance, Suyu said calmly. These words were too arrogant. Forcing the leader of the Great Western Alliance to admit his past mistakes was too much. However, the tree goddess who was familiar with Suyu felt Suyu was really gentle this time. According to Suyu's character, he would never give up until all the deities were killed and the divine blood was everywhere. Simply asking the alliance leader to give Gongsunya and his daughter a title, a complete family, and then let the matter go was really too gentle. It was a pity that she knew, but the Great Western Alliance did not. The Alliance Master did not refuse immediately. Instead, he said in a low voice, the so-called marriage only exists between forces. What forces do the father and daughter have to speak of? It's impossible for me to marry my daughter to a village commoner. Faction, do you think I'm enough? The Gongsun anti-demon family, the target of your marriage alliance, can be destroyed easily. All his subordinates have surrendered to me. In terms of power, I am much stronger than the Gongsun family. The Alliance Master looked at Suyu and had to admit that Suyu did have the potential to call himself a force. What is the status of the father and daughter in your force? Do they have the status of an heir? The Alliance Master asked a sharp question. Gongsun Shan was the heir of the Gongsun deity. What status did Gongsunya have? Status? Oh, Alliance Master. Why do you ask if the Gongsun family will destroy another anti-demon family for Gongsun Shan? The answer was no. If one heir was dead, it was absolutely impossible to support another to fight against another anti-demon family. But I can. For the Gongsun family and their daughter, I will not only destroy the Gongsun anti-demon family, but also the other 9 anti-demon families. Although the words were arrogant, they were the truth. The Alliance Master took a deep breath. It seems that the father and daughter are very important to you. With such a status, they can indeed represent your force and form a marriage alliance with me. Gongsunya was moved. However, before he could get excited, the Alliance Master changed his tone and stared at Suyu. But which side does your force represent? You are the proxy god of the Great Eastern Alliance, right? The marriage alliance is an internal matter of the Great Western Alliance and has nothing to do with the Great Eastern Alliance. So, I'm sorry, I can't form a marriage alliance with you. Gong Sun Ya's excited heart was poured with a bucket of ice water. What if I also join the Great Western Alliance? Su Yu suddenly said. What? Join the Great Western Alliance? The onlookers almost thought they had heard it wrong. A proxy god of the Great Eastern Alliance recommended himself to join the Great Western Alliance? The Alliance Master was also stunned. He didn't expect Su Yu to come up with such a solution after he refused. Are you serious? The Alliance Master asked. Su Yu put his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, Do you think I'm lying? Then you are equivalent to betraying the Great Eastern Alliance. It doesn't matter? Su Yu shook his head. No, I am still the proxy god of the Great Eastern Alliance, but I can also be the proxy god of the Great Western Alliance. He pointed to the bodies of the 4 gods scattered on the ground. There are 4 vacant gods. I don't think there is a shortage of my position. I don't mind becoming the proxy god of the Great Western Alliance. Hearing this, even the onlookers sighed. He is dreaming. He keeps the proxy god of the Great Eastern Alliance and wants to be the proxy god of the Great Western Alliance. Yes, the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Eastern Alliance have their own policies. There is no reason to serve on both sides. What if he betrays the Great Western Alliance and betrays the interests of the Great Western Alliance? The Alliance Master frowned. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to agree. No, you will agree. Su Yu looked around the broken starry sky and pointed in the direction of the demon dimension. The giant of the bitter sea is growing day by day and is about to break through. Many ferocious demon gods of the Holy Magic Hall are ready to take action. They want to sweep the Star River and devour all the creatures to feed the giant of the bitter sea. A storm is coming, and a war of the Star River is coming. I believe, as the Alliance Master, you should be aware that the crisis of the Star River is approaching. Su Yu looked at the Alliance Master. The Alliance Master was shocked. Who is the giant of the bitter sea? Did he refer to the huge demonic shadow in the demon dimension? How did he know its name was the giant of the bitter sea? Also, what was the Holy Magic Hall? Why had he never heard of it? Where did he know it? He was surprised, but he could not deny Su Yu's words. Well, all the signs indicate that the demon dimension is about to make a big move. Su Yu smiled indifferently. Therefore, under the general trend, the alliance of the creatures of the Star River is the general trend. Even if the Great Eastern Alliance did not take the initiative to contact you, I believe you will take the initiative to form an alliance with the Great Eastern Alliance soon. You will unite all the creatures of the Star River to deal with the war in the near future. So what? The Alliance Master admitted that the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Eastern Alliance would form an alliance sooner or later. This was an indisputable consensus. Su Yu said, Is it not clear enough? Since we will soon be allies, I am the proxy god of the Great Eastern Alliance and the proxy god of the Great Western Alliance. What does it matter? No matter which identity, it is a force to fight against the demons. This, the onlookers looked at each other. Such a high-sounding reason made them speechless. Gong Sun Deity saw that the situation was not right and shouted coldly, Nonsense! Don't try to confuse everyone here. You joined the Great Western Alliance with evil intentions. Alliance Master, we must not allow such a special case to exist. The Alliance Master was lost in thought. Su Yu said indifferently, It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I will not lose anything. Instead, you will lose a chance to get a powerful ally. What are the odds of finding another force that is comparable to the anti-demon families to join you after searching the universe for so many times? There was no chance. All the powerful forces had either joined the Great Eastern Alliance, the Great Western Alliance, or the world of divine remains. How could they still wander in the Star River? The Alliance Master's eyes flickered, and he seemed to be tempted. After a while, a A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You have convinced me. Well, in the name of the Alliance Master, I grant you the title of... The Alliance Master looked at Su Yu's unique silver hair and said, Silver God! The cavern world was silent, leaving only the sound of the vast expanse echoing in the world. The proxy god of the Great Western Alliance, the Silver God, was born in front of everyone. There were many proxy gods in the history of the Great Western Alliance. However, a person who was the proxy god of two great alliances was the only one. Thank you, Alliance Master. I am willing to fight against the demons together with the deities of the Great Western Alliance and destroy the realm of demons. Su Yu said calmly. The Gong Sun deity and his daughter were shocked to the extreme. Things had developed beyond their imagination. He had become the proxy god of the Great Western Alliance. The tree goddess curled her lips and felt numb. Anyway, anything that fell into Su Yu's hands would develop in an incredible direction. It would not be surprising if he became the first proxy god to cross over the two major alliances in history, the Feather God of the Great Eastern Alliance and the Silver God of the Great Western Alliance. An unprecedented surrogate god had appeared. The Gong Sun deity wanted to stop him, but it was too late. In this case, the marriage can be discussed. I will support the Alliance Master with all my strength, including the Alliance election in a few years, Su Yu said. Although the fish god only briefly described the situation of their meeting, Su Yu could easily analyze the situation. The Alliance Master was unpopular. The Shaman anti-demon family intended to fight for the position of the next Alliance Master. If the Alliance Master didn't get enough support in the Alliance election in a few years, the position of the Alliance Master would probably be taken away by the Shaman anti-demon family. The Alliance Master's pupils constricted slightly. He looked at the fish god and knew it was them who told Su Yu. Okay. The Alliance Master nodded and looked at Gong Sunya with a smile. You have been wronged all these years. Go and see Fei. She has been missing you for so many years. And you, Wuxia, go and see your birth mother. Gong Sun Wuxia was excited and happy. She didn't know what her mother, whom she had never met, looked like. The onlookers sighed with emotion. Was the defection incident that caused a sensation in the past finally settled? The situation where the Alliance Master fought against the proxy gods of the Great Eastern Alliance didn't happen. Instead, everyone was happy. Of course, the Gong Sun anti-demon family couldn't be happy. Give me my son. The Gong Sun deity said, seriously, suppressing his hatred. Su Yu looked at him indifferently. No more. What do you mean? The Gong Sun deity shouted angrily. He didn't believe Su Yu dared to kill his son. Chapter 1268. Seeing that the two of them were fighting again, the Alliance Master said, Silver God, you are now a member of the Great Western Alliance. Don't be reckless. Return Gong Sun Shan to him. I believe that after this incident, Gong Sun Shan will not dare to make things difficult for them. When he said this, the Alliance Master did not look at the Gong Sun father and daughter. Su Yu saw his expression and said, I am telling the truth. Gong Sun Shan is gone. As early as in the underground secret chamber, he was destroyed. Oh, I almost forgot. Not completely, there is still a body. Swish. With a wave of his hand, he took out the demon god's cage. With a beast-like roar, Gong Sun Shan rushed out with red eyes, pouncing on anyone he saw. He was no different from a beast, no different from a beast. Gong Sun deity caught him in the air, but Gong Sun Shan only roared, his eyes showing no intelligence. Anger surged, and Gong Sun deity's eyes flashed with anger. Because his pupils contracted violently, his eyes looked like they were sunken. He roared, How dare you erase his intelligence? If the soul was there, he could still be saved. If the intelligence in the soul was erased, what was the difference between him and the most primitive beast? Su Yu said lightly, Of course, he has to eat the bitter fruit of his own sins. When he persecuted Gong Sunya and wandered the world, he should have been aware of this. Destroying his body and soul is to make him pay for his mistakes. And Su Yu's eyes flashed coldly. You should feel lucky that the Alliance Master took action for you. Otherwise, how much better do you think you will end up than your son? As soon as he said this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, judging from the situation just now, Su Yu had no intention of sparing Gong Sun Deity. If the Alliance Master had not appeared, Gong Sun Deity would have been dead by now. If you are smart enough, shut your mouth and take back your hateful eyes. If you make me unhappy, I will kill you like a dog. Su Yu said coldly. Murderous aura. No, arrogant and heaven-defying words shocked the onlooker's jaws. F***CK, what is overbearing? That's it. I've learned something new again. He killed your son, destroyed your mansion, and threatened you to shut up, or he will kill you too. F***CK, this is overbearing. I was born as the Silver God, and I will die without regrets. Silver Yu's coldness, decisiveness, and overbearing attitude shocked the people of the Great Western Alliance. They fought with the demons all year round and thought that their characters were more or less overbearing and ruthless. But compared to Su Yu, it was not worth mentioning. The Alliance Master frowned and turned around to scold Gong Sun Deity. Gong Sun Deity, we are a family. Let go of the past grudges and don't have any internal strife, understand? Gong Sun Deity was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Is there any justice in this world? However, in front of the Alliance leader, Gong Sun Deity didn't dare to show his hatred even though he was full of hatred. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Yes. Only then would it truly be a happy ending. Since there's nothing else, let's head back. Su Yu returned to the Great Western Alliance with the Tree Goddess, the Gong Sun father and daughter, and the 6 trusted deities. As a substitute deity, Su Yu inherited the mansion of one of the fallen deities and used it as his temporary residence. God, Yu is, Yu. Of the Su Yu Master, Yu Master, Su Yu said, Don't worry. 5 days from now, you will be welcomed. Some deities will come to meet you. Su Yu wanted to refuse, but as a god of the Great Western Alliance, he had no reason not to deal with them. Okay, after the Alliance Master left, everyone settled down in the mansion. The Yu deity and the other deities looked at each other and knelt on one knee. Congratulations, Silver God. We pledge our loyalty to you. Su Yu nodded. Yes, I will not treat you badly. Guard the mansion and don't let anyone in. Swish. The Yu deity and the other deities immediately stood guard. Su Yu asked the Tree Goddess and Gong Sun deity to enter the living room. Plop. As soon as they entered, Gong Sun Yu knelt down on the ground. He stretched out his hand and pulled Gong Sun Wuxia to kneel down as well. Kowtow to my benefactor. Gong Sun Wuxia opened her mouth and thought to herself, I like him, and he is my benefactor. What kind of relationship is this? Should I take the opportunity to marry him? In a daze, she was pressed down by her father and kowtowed to him. Gong Sun Yu also kowtowed solemnly. Su Yu wanted to help him up, but Gong Sun Yu refused. He said gratefully, Thanks to your help, my benefactor. Not only did our family escape from death, but we were also reunited. It is all thanks to you. We have nothing to repay you. Ha. With our relationship, there is no need to be polite. Su Yu laughed and waved his hand to help the father and daughter up. He said, Besides, I am afraid things are not as optimistic as you think. Gong Sun Yu was stunned. What do you mean? Su Yu's eyes flashed with a profound light. He said slowly, From my observation, I am afraid the Alliance Master does not sincerely accept you and your daughter. I am worried that the marriage will change. Does he want to go back on his word? No. As the Alliance Master, he will never go back on his word since he has promised the marriage in front of everyone. Gong Sun Yu was worried, but he was sure. Su Yu shook his head and sighed. Gong Sun Yu was able to make a name for himself in the Jojo Cavern world and establish the Severed Fairy Cliff. He was a man who knew the ways of the world. However, when people were in a dilemma, they often only believed in what they believed. Although he vaguely realized that Su Yu's words might be right, he still tried to find reasons to convince himself. If he wants to destroy this marriage, why would he go back on his word? I see that the Alliance Master is very scheming and does not show his emotions. He must be a person who is good at scheming. It is very easy for him to change this marriage, Su Yu said. Gong Sunya and his daughter were silent, and their mood suddenly became gloomy. But you can rest assured that since I am the one who made your family a part of the alliance, I will definitely see it through to the end and will not give up halfway. Gong Sunya said gratefully, "Thank you, benefactor. Go and rest. It has been hard on you these days." When Gong Sunya and his daughter left, the tree goddess's pretty eyes flashed. Haha, you can also see that the Alliance Master's intention is not simple. Even a guy like you who only stares at the money bag can see it. I am not blind. How can I not see it? It hurts my heart to hear you say that. The tree goddess pursed her lips and said, "It is strange. If the Alliance Master refuses to let you join the Alliance, won't everything be over? He asked you to join and agree to the marriage, but he is unwilling. There must be a conspiracy." "It is more than a conspiracy. I think the Alliance Master must want to use me to do something." "You guessed it. I'm not a god. How can I know what he is thinking before he makes his next move? However, I probably know what he is planning." Su Yu's eyes flashed. "I really don't want it to go to the last step, in the Alliance Master's mansion." After the Alliance Master returned, he practiced in isolation as if nothing had happened. However, before he entered a meditative state, he opened his eyes slowly and said, "I knew you would come. Come in." Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, Gong Sun Deity appeared in front of the Alliance Master. With a questioning and unwillingness look, he said, "Alliance Master, I have been loyal to you for many years. Am I not as good as an outsider?" The Alliance Master shook his head and said, "After so many years, you still can't keep your cool. The other anti-demon families are dissatisfied with you, and it is not without reason." What? Gong Sun Deity understood the meaning behind the Alliance Master's words. "Alliance Master, what do you mean?" The Alliance Master looked at him. "You followed me from an ordinary deity to the position of the Alliance Master step by step. Why would I use an outsider instead of you?" Hearing this, Gong Sun Deity was excited. "But today in the Julie Cavern world, that's for outsiders to see, and also for that brat to see. I still don't understand. You promised him the position of the Silver God and betrothed Fei-Er to him. Not only did I suffer humiliation, but you also lost face. If you did not fancy his power, why would you do such a thing at the expense of yourself?" Gong Sun Deity expressed his doubts. The Alliance Master sighed. "That is why I said you can't keep your cool. I do fancy his power, but I don't intend to use him. Those who are not of my clan must have different intentions. How dare a man from the Great Eastern Alliance replace you and become my confidant? I want to use his power to deal with the Shimin family. That old guy, Shimin Jian, has been aggressive in recent years, secretly gathering forces. 7 of the 10 great anti-demon families have fallen to his side. If this continues, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us. So, I need an external force to destroy the Shimin family. This Silver God is a very good choice. I gave him the identity of the Silver God to make it easier for me to use him. Otherwise, how can an outsider get involved in the muddy waters of the Great Western Alliance?" Gong Sun Deity's eyes gradually brightened. "Then, what about the marriage contract? Once the marriage is arranged, you and I will both be laughed at." A cold light flashed in the Alliance Master's eyes. "That is if they can survive until the day of the marriage." In the mansion, Su Yu was in a secret room, surrounded by powerful restrictions. Even the deities could not see through it. The tree goddess was guarding outside, her face full of suspicion. She muttered, Being so mysterious, he must be up to no good. From the perspective of the Xing River creatures, Suyu did not seem to be up to no good. There were 4 demon gods standing in front of him. Puppy, the 6th princess, the 2nd princess, and the 1st prince who had finally awakened. Since being knocked unconscious by Suyu's plan to sow discord, the 1st prince had been in a coma for a whole month. During this time, Suyu helped him dissolve the blood of the giant of the bitter sea in his body, and his injuries were all healed. Of course, the mark of the 6 gods that was deeply imprinted in his body was only held in Suyu's palm. The other 3 princesses had long accepted their fate and looked at ease. Only the 1st prince stared at Suyu deeply. It seemed that he was desperate to attack Suyu at any time. Suyu said indifferently, "Those who achieve great things are flexible." As the heir of the demon emperor, the 1st prince should know the principle of forbearance, right? Humph! The 1st prince snorted, but did not make a move. Princess Yinxia could suppress them for 100 years. So what was the harm in being controlled by Suyu? "Finish what I want to do, and I will let you live," Suyu said. "Besides, as far as the current situation is concerned, we are on the same boat. If I am not mistaken, the people of the Holy Magic Hall must be on their way." Hearing this, the 1st prince's expression changed, and his defiant expression gradually eased. Compared to Suyu, the Holy Magic Hall was a fatal threat. "Okay, but you promise not to force me to do anything I don't want to do. I will listen to your orders. Otherwise, I would rather die." Suyu let out a smile. The most powerful 1st prince had been convinced. "Oh, you can rest assured that all I want is your absolute strength." Suyu smiled. Only by convincing the 1st prince could he truly control an absolute force. Suyu could not imagine that the gods of the Great Western Alliance would be shocked if the 4 princes and princesses, the 6 city lord gods, and nearly 70 early-stage quasi-gods were suddenly released. Especially the 1st prince, who was the peak of the demon realm, just below the giant of the bitter sea and the demonic god of 6 paths. Chapter 1269. What about me? What about me? Puppy jumped up and down. She was still in her original form, with little combat power left. Suyu looked at her and said, "Isn't it good for you? Anyway, after recovery, your strength is the same." Puppy waved her paws angrily, protesting. "Your situation is very complicated. According to the history of the royal family, once you are beaten back to your original form, there is almost no possibility of recovery." Suyu frowned slightly. He had discussed this with the 6th and 2nd princesses, similar to the demon royal family being beaten back to their original form. This had happened in history, but there had never been an example of recovery. Puppy was immediately discouraged. It lay on the ground without saying a word, unhappy. "My lord, there is a chance. It is better to find a way to restore my sister," the 6th princess said. Suyu nodded. The 6th princess paused and said, "I mean, my sister is more special, and maybe she will be of unexpected use to you in the future." "Tell me in detail." Suyu heard that the 6th princess seemed to want to emphasize something. The 6th princess said, "A long time ago there was a saying in our royal family that the royal family is no more than 9. There have never been more than 8 princes and princesses. Only this year the 9th princess was born, which is an anomaly. The royal family is no more than 9. Looking at the expressions of the eldest prince and the 2nd princess, it seemed that this was indeed the case. I once asked the purple-eyed demonic god to speculate, and he mentioned 3 words, the ancient god realm. Ancient god realm? The strange term came into Suyu's mind. What is that place? I don't know. The purple-eyed demonic god only detected the existence of this place, but could not explore deeper mysteries. According to him, it seemed to be blocked by some mysterious existence, and he could not continue to explore. There was such a thing. Suyu was surprised. In the Xing River, there was still the ancient god realm. It seemed that he had to find time to ask the purple-eyed, demonic god. Now he was in the Buddha beads and could not show himself. His life was near its end, and when the medicinal power escaped from the demon realm, he had consumed too much great God source origin. Now there was not much life left. At the last moment he was giving by wanting advice, striving to give by wanting a chance to break through to the deities before he died. If it was not necessary, Suyu would not disturb them for the time being. "Well, if I find a way, I will try to help her recover," Suyu said. The puppy wagged its tail excitedly and rubbed itself against Suyu's calf in a flattering manner, acting like a spiritual pet. "Go and rest." When the secret room was empty, Suyu finally had the time to focus on his training. The first thing Suyu paid attention to was the Tao Tai's eye between his brows. After experiencing it several times, it finally fell into a deep sleep again. According to the records, the first time he woke up, he would be in a half-mature state. After the second slumber, he would wake up in a mature state. In the mature state of the Taoche's eye, its greed was so strong that it could only be satisfied by feeding on deities. Just as Yun Yazi feared, it finally began to become difficult to deal with. Different situations call for different measures. Suyu thought to himself, with his current influence, capturing a few deities and feeding them to the Taoche's eyes wouldn't be a problem. He should be safe for the time being. The second was the dead soul worm in the ancient mysterious ice. According to the heretic god, this insect was a divine insect that had failed to break through to become a medium god. Although it was already dead, it still possessed a fatal, destructive power toward souls. Unless it was a crucial moment, he would not use it easily. After that, with a thought, Suyu's soul entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl. "Master." Xing Gu stood in front of Suyu with a smile. With the help of Suyu's resources, she had also achieved amazing results in her cultivation. She had the cultivation of the mortal fairy stage 4, which was even stronger than Suyu. After looking at her for a while, Suyu said, "It's a pity that there is no prospective deity celestial energy sphere of the ghost clan. Otherwise, it would not be a problem to help you break through to become a deity." In the entire Xing River, the ghost clan was a rare existence. Only the Great Eastern Alliance had the ghost clan. "Thank you, Master, but I want to try to become a deity through my own efforts." As Shanggu spoke, 2 different breaths faintly appeared in her body. One was the breath of the ghost clan, and the other was the breath of the Buddha. Suyu was surprised. "Oh, are you sure you can become a deity by yourself?" He was quite shocked. In this world, the gods that were born were almost all the gods who had inherited the godly seat of the previous gods. There were very few deities who became deities on their own. Shang Gu actually had the confidence to become a deity by herself, which was really beyond Suyu's expectations. "Well, it was Xiao Dai who helped me." Xinggu thought about it and pinched her hands together. A majestic, ancient charm flowed out. She could vaguely see 2 huge godly Dharma idols standing behind her. One Dharma Laksana was a ghost god and the other was a Buddha god. "This is the ancient divine path. It is in Xiao Dai's memory." Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. The ancient divine path? The chaos multicolored butterfly actually had ancient memories? "Where is it?" Suyu asked. Xinggu pointed to a half-eaten heavenly orchid silver bamboo and saw a colorful cocoon as tall as a human hanging quietly on it. "It's spinning a cocoon again?" Suyu showed a look of disbelief. When it transformed from a caterpillar to a butterfly, it had already spun a cocoon once. Now, as a butterfly, it could spin a cocoon a second time and continue to evolve. When did this happen? After eating all the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, it began to spin a cocoon. After coming here last time, Suyu allowed the chaos multicolored butterfly to swallow all the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, except for the most primitive one. Unexpectedly, after the swallowing, it changed again. It has ancient memories, and it can evolve a second time? I have been underestimating it. Su Yu smiled slightly. It seemed that he had gotten some unexpected surprises. When he looked at Shangu again, even Su Yu couldn't help but look envious. It is difficult for outsiders to find the divine path, but you easily obtained it from Xiao Dai's memory. This is your good fortune. If one day you break through to become a god, I will set you free. He had once said that if she behaved well, he would set her free. Now that she had the opportunity to become a god, why should Su Yu stop her? Sir, I am willing to follow you all the time. Without you, there would be no Shunga today. She was able to achieve what she was today because of Su Yu's unsparing training. Otherwise, how could a little fairy be qualified to look up to the divine path of the heavens? Su Yu smiled calmly. When a baby eagle grows up, it will eventually fly to the distant sky. If I keep you, I will be harming you. Feel at ease to understand this ancient divine path. I can feel that you may be able to become a god faster than I am. After saying that, Su Yu looked at the nursery. Today, there were only 2 lonely ancient trees in the nursery. One of them was a heavenly orchid silver bamboo that was 10,000 feet tall. Compared to the heavenly orchid silver bamboo recorded in history, this bamboo was ridiculously large. According to the magical cultivation effect of the supreme growing soil, this heavenly orchid silver bamboo had been cultivated since its seed was discovered. Now, it was more than 9,000 years old. Another 1,000 years would be the heavenly orchid silver bamboo that was 10,000 years old. Su Yu had been looking forward to seeing what kind of magic the heavenly orchid silver bamboo would produce. Unfortunately, apart from its huge size, there was no obvious change. Chapter 1270. His gaze flickered and shifted to a golden tree that was only as tall as a person. The tree was burning with golden flames, but it wasn't hot. Instead, it was extremely gentle. If it wasn't the golden flames forbidden wood, then what was it? The matured golden flames forbidden wood was used to build a small boat. However, Su Yu kept a section of its rhizome and inserted it into the supreme growing soil to continue cultivating it. Now, it had grown into a small tree again. The divine wood that restrains the giant of the bitter sea? I don't know if it will have a stronger restraining effect after being cultivated for a long time, Su Yu thought to himself. Last time, the golden flames forbidden wood, which had not yet fully matured, was taken out and used. But the effect was really good. It was not afraid of the corrosion of the bitter sea water. It could be seen that the material was amazing. One should know that the water of the sea of bitterness could even corrode a deity completely. If he could cultivate a top-grade golden flames forbidden wood, he believed that it would be able to display unimaginable power. Satisfied, Su Yu withdrew from the 9 jade spiritual pearl and looked at his palm. A small flying crane, which was emitting the light of the Milky Way, appeared. Master, the crane deity said, how does it feel inside? Master, the last part of the Milky Way star sand has been resolved a month ago. Master has completely mastered this Emperor-based saint artifact. I'm asking you. The crane deity said rather excitedly, thanks to Master's concern, after a long period of nourishment, not only has my spirit recovered, but it's also far stronger than before. If he was given the chance to cultivate the source of God again, his abilities would be vastly different from before. All right, continue nurturing it. Yes, but Master, I seem to have discovered a consciousness left behind in the Emperor-based saint artifact. The crane deity said hesitantly, it's the consciousness that appeared after the obstruction was resolved that day. Su Yu's gaze turned grave. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Emperor-based saint artifact actually had a remnant consciousness. Its existence is extremely weak, and the Milky Way star sand is vast and boundless. Even though I'm the artifact spirit, I can't immediately sense its existence, so I didn't tell Master. However, this wisp of consciousness seems to be moving more and more frequently recently. Last time, I almost locked onto it. If it appears again, I have the confidence to lock onto it. Su Yu said gravely, we mustn't lose the Milky Way star sand. Pay close attention to that consciousness, and you must find it as soon as possible. Yes, the crane deity retreated. Suyu was still in a state of shock. The Milky Way star, Sand, actually has a consciousness. Who was it? Was it left behind by Tianjizi? Suyu thought to himself. Or is there another unknown existence that has been hiding inside the Emperor-based Saint artifact all along? If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, a mysterious being that had always existed within the Emperor-based Saint artifact had actually been by Suyu's side for so many years. Just thinking about it made Suyu shudder. Having received such important information, Suyu could not help but raise his guard. Hopefully, the crane deity could capture that wisp of consciousness in time and eliminate the hidden danger as soon as possible. He cultivated silently for several days. On the morning of the 5th day, the number 1 deity general under the alliance leader, General Tuoba, appeared in his residence. Silver God, we are holding a welcome banquet for you at the Alliance Master's residence today. All the deities have been waiting for a long time. I hope the Silver God will do us the honor of attending. Creak! Suyu opened the stone door and smiled. Let's go. General Tuoba paused. Aren't you going to take the tree goddess with you? The Alliance also welcomes her. I don't think it's necessary. If she goes, everyone will feel uncomfortable, really. All right. In a secret room, the tree goddess suddenly sneezed and her whole body shivered. She couldn't help but reveal a strange look. It's really strange. The spiritual crystal of extreme cold that I stole last night should have neutralized the cold. Why do I feel so cold? The Alliance Master's residence was decorated with lanterns and streamers today. The divine light fluctuations of dozens of deities filled the residence. Hey, that's strange. Why is the usually deserted Alliance Master's residence so lively? I'm also puzzled. Usually, except for the deities' meetings, when is there such a joyous occasion? Hey, you don't know. This is the deities of the Great Western Alliance. They are holding a welcome banquet for our new deity, the Silver God. Ah, Silver God? So it's him. TSK, this is really a big deal. I saw the servants of the top 10 anti-demon families. I didn't expect that all the anti-demon families would come to welcome him. It's really rare. It's a big deal, but it depends on whether the new Silver God can eat it or not. Today's welcome banquet is full of smoke and fire. Everyone thought about it and understood what he meant. The relationship between the top 10 anti-demon families and the Alliance Master could be described as incompatible as fire and water. Gathering at the same table, it was impossible to have a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Sure enough, it was very lively outside, but the banquet table in the living room was deserted. The deities of the top 10 anti-demon families, from Gong Sun deity, who ranked last, to Shimin Jian, who ranked first, were all present. The 10 family masters and the Alliance Master sat around the round banquet table. Among them, only the deities who were familiar with each other simply whispered to each other. The rest were all silent, and the atmosphere was very strange. At that moment, light footsteps sounded. Tuoba deity entered first and said loudly, "The Silver God is here!" The deities turned their heads and watched as an excessively young, silver-haired youth entered. The Alliance Master showed a pleasant expression and got up to greet him. "The Silver God is here. Sit next to me." His move was undoubtedly to show the anti-demon families present that Suyu was someone he had taken a fancy to. Suyu's eyes flashed slightly. Although he understood the Alliance Master's intention, he did not refuse because he had promised before that if the Alliance Master agreed to the marriage, he would fully support the Alliance Master. Although there were many deities in front of him, Suyu was neither servile nor overbearing. He sat down leisurely. Shimin Jian opened his cloudy eyes and looked at Suyu lightly. "I heard that you relied on a tree goddess to become a deity of the Great Western Alliance. Why didn't the tree goddess come? Why are you here instead?" His tone was very unfriendly. Was this a show of strength? Suyu was secretly amused. Sure enough, the internal power struggle within the Alliance was serious. The strong man who had just been recruited by the Alliance Master was immediately given a hard time by Shimin-Jian. Su Yu was neither anxious nor angry. What does this deity mean? Shimin-Jian's eyes were full of arrogance. Humph! How can you become a deity of the Great Western Alliance? In terms of qualifications, only the tree goddess has a slight possibility of being on an equal footing with us. The Alliance Master's decision is very inappropriate. I suggest that we reconsider the qualifications of this person as a proxy deity. Otherwise, if outsiders know that anyone can become a proxy deity of the Great Western Alliance, wouldn't we become a laughing stock? This was a slap in the face to Su Yu and the Alliance Master. A proper welcoming banquet had turned into a condemnation before it even began. Not only was Su Yu embarrassed, but the Alliance Master was also humiliated. Su Yu was secretly amused. This welcoming banquet was indeed a little interesting. Chapter 1271. Who are you? Su Yu looked at Shimin-Jian and asked indifferently. Shimin-Jian's yellow eyes shone with a piercing light, and he said in a deep voice, I am Shimin-Jian, the head of the first anti-demon family. Why? Do you disagree with my suggestion? Oh, you are the head of the Shimin family. Su Yu suddenly realized. Shimin-Jian said coldly, It's good that you know. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu said, I thought you were another Alliance Master. Since when can the families of the Great Western Alliance criticize the decisions of the Alliance Master? Those who don't know might think you are also the Alliance Master. As a new acting deity, I really don't understand the power structure of the Great Western Alliance. Shimin-Jian said coldly, As the head of the families, of course, we will follow the Alliance Master. But if the Alliance Master is improper, we have the right to point it out. Then do you have the right to ask me to leave? Shimin-Jian snorted. We have the right to make suggestions. Are you deaf because you are old? I am asking you. Do you have the right to ask me to leave? How dare you talk to me like that? Shimin-Jian slammed the table angrily. Su Yu said lightly, So you are not qualified to ask me to leave? If you don't have this right, then please shut up. This is a welcome banquet for me. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave immediately. I can't imagine what kind of perverted mind a person who feels uncomfortable but enjoys it at the same time. The gods of the aristocratic families were secretly shocked. This new substitute god was indeed unbridled and out of control. He dared to be so arrogant in front of Shimin-Jian, the first anti-demon family of the Great Western Alliance. Ha ha ha! Shimin-Jian laughed angrily. I have lived for a long time, but this is the first time I have met such an arrogant person like you. Asking me to leave, young man, what qualifications do you think you have? Shimin-Jian sneered. When I fought against the demons, you were not even born. Su, you looked indifferent. You haven't seen it because you have lived like a dog at your age. Without waiting for Shimin-Jian to explode in anger, Su Yu continued, As for your resistance against the demons, well, I am ignorant. I don't know what merits you have. The gods of the various aristocratic families could not help but shake their heads inwardly. Newborn calves were truly not afraid of tigers. In other aspects, there might be flaws to speak of. However, if the Shimin clan claimed to be number one in terms of anti-demon merit, who among the 10 great anti-demon clans would dare to claim to be number 2? He had asked about something that he shouldn't have. He, how ignorant. Tell him about my achievements in fighting against the demons, so that he can at least have some respect for me. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a similar face. Yes, father. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yu, shook his head, and said, I really didn't expect that there would come a day when I would introduce my father's merits to an outsider. Who in the world did not know about Shimin-Jian's achievements? Was there a need for a special introduction? With some reluctance, Shimin-Jian said, Father's meritorious service was to kill 4 deity-level demon gods. more than 30 prospective demons, and countless low-level demons. Because of Father, we have turned the tide for the Great Western Alliance many times and saved countless lives. Now, do you understand who you are talking to? I understand, Suyu said. Shimin-chin said unkindly, then show some respect. Don't be ridiculously ignorant. Suyu shrugged. Well, I understand. You just killed 4 demon gods, and you are just a guy who takes advantage of your seniority. If this is the merit that you're so proud of, and you think that I should respect you because of it, then wouldn't your Shimin family have to kneel and grovel before an existence like me, who has killed countless demon gods along the way? What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even the Alliance Master, who was watching the show with cold eyes, was shocked. Silver God, what did you just say? Killed my way out of the demon realm? The glittering deity's eyes lit up, and he looked Suyu up and down. Is what you said true? They had already discussed the escape of the creatures from the demon realm, which triggered the attack of the demon realm giants at previous meetings. The entire Great Western Alliance was looking for those creatures, and in the end, they appeared in front of them. Most importantly, they generally believed that the ones who escaped were the creatures of the demon realm. Who would have thought that it would be the humans? You really dare to say anything. Although I don't know where you got the news, pretending to be one of those escaped creatures should at least have some basis, right? Do you think we will believe you just because you say it? Shimin Jian sneered, not believing it at all. Pow! Suyu took out a space ring and threw it on the table. This is... The gods were stunned and looked inside the space ring in surprise. However, with just a glance, they were shocked. The blood of the demon god. No, that is the blood of at least 5 demon gods. Hiss! There is so much blood of the demon gods. Silver God, where did you get it? They were shocked by the amount of blood of the demon gods. Suyu said lightly, what do you think? Did you really come back from the demon realm? Finally, some gods believed Suyu's words. In the Xing River, there were not so many demon gods. The only answer was that Suyu had been to the demon realm and killed many demon gods. Rays of scorching light filled the eyes of everyone, and they all shot toward Suyu. There was actually a creature that escaped from the demon realm. It was really a miracle. Shimin Jian did not believe it. However, when he examined the breath inside the space ring, he gasped in horror. However, he still did not believe it. Maybe you found the blood of the demon gods by accident. There are many dead demon gods in the Xing River. It is not impossible to collect so much blood. Pow! Seeing that Shimin Jian was still stubborn, Suyu grabbed a blood-colored centipede and pressed it on the table. Ah, a creature from the demon realm. No, it is not an ordinary creature. There seems to be special blood in the body of the centipede. The Alliance Master, Shimin Jian, and the glittering Jewel Family Master all looked a little frightened. This breath is... The 3 seemed to realize something. Suyu said lightly, it is the blood of the giant of the bitter sea, which is what you call the demon realm giant. Wow. At this moment, there was no doubt. Suyu was the creature that they had been searching for to escape from the demon realm. The glittering Jewel Family Master's eyes lit up. Silver God, I am responsible for the task of finding you. After the banquet, please do me the honor of coming to the glittering Jewel Family. Suyu nodded cheerfully. Well, I also want to visit you and discuss my experience in the demon realm. The deities of the anti-demon families, from the family masters to the deities under their command, were all shocked and very interested. They had been enemies with the demon realm for many years, but their knowledge of the demon realm was almost zero. It was not that they had not thought of planting spies, but often the creatures that were sent to the demon realm either died or could not return without exception. If they could know the situation of the demon realm, they believed that they would have more confidence in fighting against the demons. It could be said that they were extremely eager to understand the situation of the demon realm. The deities of the anti-demon families were suddenly unhappy and said, Glittering Jewel Family Master, this is your fault. This is related to the great cause of the demon realm. How can you listen to it alone? It is better to say it now. We are all here. They were really itching to hear it. Suyu said, I am sorry. I am afraid it is not appropriate. Now is a welcoming banquet, not a meeting place to discuss important matters. Suyu refused, and his eyes were heavy. Moreover, some news is too shocking, and I really can't say it in public, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. I can only tell a few deities of the family master level. If it is leaked, the consequences will be beyond the control of everyone present. Hearing that Suyu had made the situation so critical, he no longer asked. The glittering jewel family master chuckled. If you can't wait, you might as well come to my glittering jewel family and listen to the silver god's explanation. Haha, the glittering jewel family master is so forthright. I will be there. Hey, the demon realm. What kind of magical place is that? I am also looking forward to it, and I will definitely attend. With the affirmation of many families, every hair on the glittering jewel deity felt comfortable. The status of the glittering jewel family was relatively awkward among the anti-demon families. Because of the influence of the betrayal of the glittering jewel family, many families would consciously or unconsciously draw boundaries with the glittering jewel family. Today, almost all the families were willing to come to the glittering jewel family. This was something that had never happened before. Everything was because of Suyu. The glittering jewel family master couldn't help but have a good impression of Suyu. He smiled and said, Come, let's have a toast. Thank you, Silver God, for bringing us such an important gift as soon as you entered the Great Western Alliance. Haha, cheers. The Silver God is young and promising. He really puts us and the other anti-demon families to shame. Today is really a joyous occasion. The Great Western Alliance has gained a fierce general, killing in and out of the demon realm. TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. The cold and cheerless, welcoming banquet was finally bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, some people were happy while others were sad. From the beginning to the end of the banquet, the deities of the Shimin family all looked sullen. Let's go. When the banquet was about to end, Shimin Jian said goodbye with a cold face. The family masters pretended to ask him to stay and let him go. Even a blind man could see the anger in Shimin Jian's heart. He had lost all his face today. How could he not be embarrassed? However, no one sympathized with him. Who asked Shimin Jian to be so overbearing right from the start, asking for a snub? At the end of the banquet, everyone went home and agreed to hold another banquet at the Glittering Jewel family the next day. The Glittering Jewel family personally welcomed Suyu to join the alliance. At the same time, the deities were also looking forward to explaining their experiences in the demon realm. Back at the mansion, the smile on Suyu's face dissipated and was replaced by a faint look of worry. What's wrong? Did someone steal the treasure? The tree goddess appeared out of nowhere, a light and elegant fragrance wafting from her body. Suyu frowned and said, If it was the treasure, it might be better. Oh, then what are you worried about? Suyu said, I am worried about how to get things done. The Alliance Master's foxtail has been exposed, but how to solve it is the problem. The Alliance Master really has bad intentions. Did you notice anything wrong at the banquet? Chapter 1272. It's not surprising. You are the Alliance Master's man. How can the Shimin family not target you? In order to make you completely fall to his side, the Alliance Master is happy to deepen the conflict between you two. Suyu said, It's not that simple. The Alliance Master intensifies the conflict between me and the Shimin family. There must be a conspiracy. What conspiracy? Borrow my hand to get rid of the Shimin family. Ah, even you can't destroy the Shimin family, can you? The number one anti-demon family is by no means comparable to the Gongsun deity's family. I mean, if the Alliance Master secretly kills Shimin Jian, and I, who has the biggest conflict with him, will become a suspect. The tree goddess said, Then the Alliance Master will issue a wanted order for you, and you will become a scapegoat? And the Alliance Master will get rid of the strongest competitor without any suspicion? Exactly. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he thoroughly analyzed the Alliance Master's plan, which he thought was brilliant. Then you have to think of a way. It's not your style to wait for death. Su Yu said, so I want to send you to do something secretly. Give me the money, and I will do anything for you. The tree goddess stretched out her hand. Su Yu rolled his eyes. If this matter is done well, you will benefit. You are right. The tree goddess leaned down and whispered to Su Yu's mouth, listening to his secret mission. After receiving the mission, the tree goddess said, It seems very interesting. Okay, I will do it. A day passed in a flash. The next evening, the glittering family came and invited Su Yu to the house to attend a dinner. The dinner had not yet begun, and Su Yu was taken to the study of the glittering family master. This was the treatment reserved for distinguished guests. The glittering family master is receiving the gods who are coming one after another. Please wait for a moment, Silver God. A well-behaved maid served Su Yu tea and waited quietly by his side. Su Yu looked around the study. From the books he read, he could vaguely guess the character of the glittering book god. He was gentle and full of righteousness. When the Gongsun father and daughter were persecuted, the glittering family master was the only one who spoke out to stop it. But he was refused by the Alliance Master and the Gongsun deity. Su Yu had a good impression of him. All of a sudden, Su Yu noticed an old painting on the wall. On the screen, at the top of the cliff, an 18-year-old red-clothed girl was kneeling on one knee in front of an old man. The old man's back was facing her, pointing at the world as if he was explaining something. However, when his gaze fell upon the elder, Su Yu's whole body trembled. Yun Yazi! What is this painting? Su Yu asked the maid. The maid glanced at it and revealed an awkward expression. But when she thought of the clan master's order that no request could be refused, she lowered her voice and said in a cautious tone, This is an ancestor of the anti-demon clan, Lin Lang Meng, receiving guidance from a senior. Who's Lin Lang Meng? The maidservant stuck out her tongue. It's the Lin Lang Dream who betrayed the Lin Lang family and became a demon. The glittering jewel mortal fairy? Su Yu had a sudden realization. He only knew Lin Lang's surname, but he did not know her full name. It seemed that glittering jewel was undoubtedly the glittering jewel demon god. Then, who is this old man? Su Yu asked. He vaguely remembered that Yun Yazi had said that he had given Lin Lang some pointers on cultivation. It seemed that this painting was a record of the situation at that time. I don't know who he is. I only know that he is very powerful and calls himself the book god, the maid said. What? Su Yu was taken aback. You mean, what does he call himself? He calls himself the book god? These are all written in the historical records of the glittering jewel family. I remember it correctly. How could it be? Su Yu was shocked beyond words. Yun Yazi was the book god? What was his relationship with the book god in the demon realm? Su Yu remembered that he had asked Yun Yazi what his divine path was. Yun Yazi did not answer. Why did he hide it? Haha, I'm sorry for neglecting the silver god. The hearty voice of the glittering jewel family master came from outside the door. Su Yu came back to his senses and hid the strange look on his face. Oh, it's okay. All the family masters have arrived and are waiting for the silver god. Then let's go. You really need to understand the situation in the demon realm. They came to a spacious secret room. Except for the Shiman family, the gods of the other 9 great families were present. As for the Alliance Master, the Gongsun deity was present and would pass on the news. Everyone sat down, and Su Yu explained the demon realm continent bit by bit, including the customs and customs. Except for the necessary information, Su Yu did not hide much. After hearing this, the various deities felt that it was a new experience. It turns out that the ordinary creatures of the demon realm are no different from the creatures of our Xing River, the glittering jewel deity said in surprise. In the understanding of the Xing River, the creatures of the demon realm were cruel and tyrannical, terrible existences that devoured the world. Yes, I really didn't expect it. The demon gods of the demon realm are also divided into ordinary demon gods and demon gods of the Holy Magic Hall. We have always faced the demon gods of the Holy Magic Hall. Everyone sighed and had many questions. I wonder how many demon gods there are in the Holy Magic Hall. How strong are they? The glittering jewel family master asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. According to Su Yu, the Holy Magic Hall was the core force of the demon realm and the strongest elite force. If there was a decisive battle with the demon realm in the future, it would be with this team. Su Yu's face was much more serious. As far as I know, there are no less than 100. As for strength, they are divided into 3 levels: general, lieutenant, and general. The general is almost the same as the gods under your command, and the lieutenant is similar to the strength of everyone here. As for the general, only the Alliance Master may be able to compete with them. Hearing this, all the gods gasped in shock. As an anti-demon family, they were only ranked at the middle level in the Holy Magic Hall of the Demon Realm. What about the number? There are 3 general, 10 lieutenant, and the rest are general. 3 strong men equivalent to the Alliance Master. The gods trembled in their hearts. If they came out in full force, the Great Western Alliance would be destroyed. However, above them, there is a more terrible existence. The commander of the Holy Magic Hall, the demonic god of 6 paths. Su Yu said solemnly, "This person is the last disciple of the Demon Emperor, the strongest in the demon realm, and the princes and princesses of the Demon Emperor are all trained by him." Su Yu said, "If he enters the Xing River, no god will be his opponent." Upon hearing this, all the gods sucked in a cold breath. Is there really such a powerful demon god? The glittering jewel family master said. I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly everyone was solemn. It was no wonder that Su Yu refused to tell them about the demon realm. If they knew that there was such an invincible existence in the demon realm, the morale of the army would be unstable. Before the war began, they would be distracted and choose to flee. The demon realm is so terrible. Many gods had a cold sweat on their foreheads. They thought that they had fought against the demons for 10,000 years, and their overall strength was comparable to the demon realm. Who would have thought? In that case, why didn't the demon realm send out the whole army, but kept fighting with us on a small scale? Su Yu thought for a while and said, I don't know if you have heard the story of captivity. A wolf, a group of sheep in captivity. The wolf does not eat all of them, but eats one at a time, giving other sheep a chance to reproduce. In this way, a sheep is eaten, another is born, and the wolf will always have food. Hearing this, the gods' throats seem to be blocked by something. You mean we Xing River creatures are actually captives, food for the demon realm? The glittering jewel family master said in a low voice. Su Yu nodded slowly. From the perspective of the strength of the demon realm, it is true. It clearly has the power to destroy all the creatures in the Xing River, but it has not sent out the whole army. Instead, it has been harvesting little by little for tens of millions of years. There is no doubt that we Xing River creatures are actually food for the demon realm. To be precise, it is food for the giant of the bitter sea. Su Yu's eyes were full of light. Wait, who is the giant of the bitter sea? The glittering jewel deity asked. Su Yu said, the founder of the demon realm, the first demon emperor, an ancient existence that has lived for millions of years. Hiss! In the secret room, there was a sound of cold air. How is it possible? Can a creature live for millions of years? The glittering jewel family master was shocked. Impossible! How can there be such a long-lived creature? It completely violates the way of heaven. Yes, is there a mistake? Su Yu asked. Then let me ask you, how long has the giant shadow in the demon realm existed? It is the first demon emperor. There was a dead silence among the gods. It is impossible to measure how strong it is. The demonic god of 6 paths is probably just an ant in front of it. Suyu said, "Many gods of the holy magic hall devour the creatures of the Xing River, and then they are swallowed by the giant of the bitter sea. It can be said that the giant of the bitter sea is the wolf that keeps our flock of sheep. Once this wolf enters the flock of sheep, it will be the time to eat all the sheep. And according to my understanding of the demon realm, it will not be long before the holy magic hall turns out in full force, and we will all become the food of the giant of the bitter sea." Hearing this, even the battle-hardened gods felt a deep sense of despair. Was there still a need to fight? But if they fled, where could they escape to? Although the Xing River was vast, it was a cage everywhere. So, do you understand your situation? If we unite all the creatures of the Xing River, we still have a glimmer of hope. If we don't unite, we will die. When the meeting was over, all the gods were pale, and they left in a daze. The news that Suyu got from the demon realm gave them a head-on blow. Let them wake up from their complacency. "Silver God, thank you very much." The glittering deity bowed to Suyu solemnly. Suyu said, "We are all creatures of the Xing River. This is what I should do. If there are any difficulties in the Great Western Alliance, feel free to." Before the voice fell, suddenly a terrible divine power crossed the Alliance city, bringing with it a shocking murderous intent. The gods who had just left came back. Swish! An old man appeared in front of Suyu with a cold, murderous look on his face. The glittering deity was stunned. "Shimin Jian, you are only here now the meeting is over. If you want to know the content of the meeting, I will tell you later." "No, I don't want to know the content of the meeting. I just want to know why he killed my son." Shimin Jian exuded a crazy murderous aura, pointing at Suyu from afar. What? Shimin Chen was dead. Shimin Chen was one of the few strong men who became a god alone. He did not inherit his father's divine path. How could he die suddenly? Suyu's eyebrows moved. The Alliance Master had really made a move. Chapter 1273. In front of everyone, the conflict between Suyu and Shimin Jian had been maximized, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. At the previous banquet, the conflict between them had not reached the point of killing each other. However, the murder of his son was enough to push their relationship to the point of a blood feud. In the future, if Shimin Jian was killed, Suyu's suspicion would never be cleared. First, he killed Shimin Jian's son. Then he killed Shimin Jian. This Alliance Master really had a good plan. "Shimin Jian, don't talk nonsense. The Silver God has been with us all the time. How could he have had the time to kill Shimin Chen?" The glittering deity defended Suyu. "Yes, Shimin deity, there must be a misunderstanding. We can all testify." Shimin Jian laughed angrily. "If there is no evidence, why would I confess to the murder of my son? You ask him what this is." Shimin Jian angrily threw out a vine that contained the breath of the tree god. "It was this vine that killed my son. Not even his soul was left behind." Shimin Jian's murderous intent was astonishing. "You can ask him who this vine belongs to." The gods stared at the vine, which exuded the pure breath of the ancient bronze tree. And they all knew that Suyu was able to become the Silver God because of this extremely powerful tree god. It was said that it was the ancient bronze tree god. Many gods looked at Suyu with surprise in their eyes. Was he going to kill Shimin Chen and take revenge on the Shimin family just because of a dispute? The glittering deity sensed that the atmosphere was not right for Suyu, and hurriedly said, "Silver God, can you invite your tree god out so that we can confront each other face to face?" "We believe in the Silver God. I don't quite believe that a character who could kill in and out of the demon world would only have this much tolerance." "Yes, Shimin Jian, calm down first. There must be a misunderstanding." After some conversation, they found that Suyu was a rather brave, witty, and open-minded person. He did not look like the kind of person who would kill for revenge over some quarrel. The eyes of the gods fell on Suyu, full of anticipation. until Su Yu sighed softly, causing their expressions to change. Sorry, she is not with me. Shimin Jian raised his old head and let out a desolate laugh. You're still saying it's a misunderstanding. The glittering deity, family master, protected Su Yu and hurriedly said, Silver God, can you tell me where the tree goddess went? Only by finding her can we explain the problem. Su Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you where she went. Even the glittering deity family head couldn't help but waver. Su Yu's people had killed someone, yet he refused to divulge the whereabouts of that person. Even if he didn't want to suspect Su Yu, he still had to be suspicious of him. Don't say anything. Today no one can stop me. When Shimin Jian went berserk, no one in the Great Western Alliance could stop him. The glittering deity family master pondered and said, Shimin Jian, please calm down. Don't kill a good man before the truth comes to light. At the very least, you have to find the perpetrator, the ancient bronze tree god, right? After hesitating for a while, the other deities also spoke up for Su Yu. Yes, this may not be the silver god's doing. Maybe it was the ancient bronze tree god who acted arbitrarily? Of course, Shimin family master, calm down. Don't be impulsive. The silver god is a rare talent in the Great Western Alliance. Wouldn't it be a pity if he was killed by mistake? The deities tried to comfort him. Although Su Yu was the most suspicious, they didn't want to see the first person in history who could kill in and out of the demonic dimension die inexplicably at the hands of Shimin Jian. Get out of my way. Let's see who dares to stop me today. Shimin Jian was furious. He yelled and attacked regardless of the consequences. He is definitely the mastermind behind the scenes. Shimin Jian's peak divine power swept around, shaking off the three almighty families who came to stop him. Those who stand in my way will be killed. Shimin Jian roared, his murderous intent causing several family masters who came forward to stop him to hesitate. Then, after a moment of hesitation, Shimin Jian's fatal blow went straight for Su Yu. How arrogant of you! Right at that moment, a loud voice came from the heavens and the earth. A majestic figure, filled with amazing divine power, appeared in front of Su Yu like a beam of light. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. The insufferably arrogant Shimin Jian was sent flying millions of miles away. Alliance Master, Shimin Jian gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Why did you stop me from taking revenge? The Alliance Master said coldly, Shimin Jian, mind your position. As the head of the #1 anti-demon family in the world, you should set an example for the world. If you take the life of a deity without any evidence, won't you become a joke in the Great Western Alliance? If everyone was like you, killing deities at will, the Great Western Alliance would have long been in chaos. Shimin Jian failed to take revenge and was injured by the Alliance Master. After being injured, he was taught a lesson in front of the deities. Knowing that he couldn't get his revenge today, Shimin Jian looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, I am the head of the #1 anti-demon family, but I can't even avenge my son. All the deities were secretly on guard. It seemed that Shimin Jian's rage had reached a critical point and he could attack at any time. Fine, I will tolerate it today. When I find that woman, I will confront you face to face. Shimin Jian calmed down at the last moment. His pair of bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred as he stared coldly at Su Yu. When the time comes, I will tear you into pieces. Swish! Shimin Jian left, and the deities breathed a sigh of relief. No one had expected that the new silver god would form a blood feud with the head of the #1 family in Shimin. The Alliance Master frowned and looked worried. Silver God, why don't you come to my Alliance Master's mansion? I am worried that he will take things too hard and cause you trouble again. Thank you for your kindness, Alliance Master, but I have a clear conscience. As long as the Shimin family head still has a shred of reason, I will be fine. The Alliance Master nodded worriedly. Well, if you need anything, just come to my Alliance Master's mansion. Thank you. The Alliance Master looked at the crowd. All of you can leave now. After saying that, the Alliance Master himself took a step away. The glittering deity said, Silver God, stay at the glittering mansion for the time being. The Alliance Master's worries are not unfounded. Shimin Jian valued Shimin Chin very much. Now that he has died, he will not let you off easily. If you stay at the glittering mansion, Shimin Jian will have some reservations. I will do as you say. The glittering deity smiled slightly, feeling Su Yu's kindness. Su Yu had refused the Alliance Master's invitation, but he had gladly accepted the glittering deity's invitation. I will bring all the people in your mansion over. From today onwards, try not to take a step out. Thank you. Back in the room that had been arranged for him, Su Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Next, the Alliance Master will attack Shimin Jian, right? Just now, when Shimin Jian was about to kill Su Yu, the Alliance Master had appeared to stop him. Chapter 1274. Their conflict would be intensified to the maximum, and Su Yu would be the most obvious suspect. Everything was ready, except for the opportunity to get rid of Shimin Jian. The problem was that Shimin Jian, as the head of the number 1 anti-demon family, was extremely powerful and not much weaker than the Alliance Master. If he could not kill him with a single blow, Shimin Jian would escape and alert the deities of the various families, and the Alliance Master's conspiracy would be exposed. Was Alliance Master, who assassinated the head of a family anti-demon family, still qualified to be the Alliance Master? Not only would he be removed from the position of Alliance Master, but he would also become the target of the Great Western Alliance. Therefore, the Alliance Master would definitely look for the most appropriate and suitable opportunity. At the Alliance Master's mansion, the Alliance Master has a brilliant plan. You have indeed provoked the conflict between the Silver God and Shimin Jian to the maximum. The Gong Sun deity laughed sinisterly. However, the Alliance Master frowned. I feel that things are going too smoothly, which makes me feel uneasy. Haha, no matter how smart the Silver God is, he would never have guessed the Alliance Master's plan. It's just a pity that Shimin Chin became a deity on his own. The Great Western Alliance only produces one in 1,000 years, but he was killed just like that, the Gong Sun deity said regretfully. Although he had no dealings with the Shimin family, he could not deny Shimin Chen's excellence. I did not kill Shimin Chen. However, the Alliance Master revealed an extremely surprising piece of news. If not the Alliance Master, then who? The Gong Sun deity asked in surprise. The Alliance Master frowned. When I arrived, he had already been killed by the ancient bronze tree goddess. According to the plan, the Alliance Master would kill Shimin Chen himself, then create a scene to leave traces of Su Yu. He did not expect that Su Yu would instruct his underlings to kill Shimin Chen before he could do anything. I overestimated him. Just because of a small quarrel at the banquet, he lost his cool and sent the tree goddess to kill Shimin Jian's son. The Gong Sun deity sneered. The Alliance Master's frown deepened. This is because I feel that things are going too smoothly. Something is not right. Alliance Master, you worry too much. The Silver God dug his own grave and saved us a lot of effort. It couldn't be better. The Alliance Master pondered for a long time and nodded slightly. I hope so. Next, it is to get rid of that old man Shimin Jian. It's time to hold a wedding for my daughter and Gong Sanya. The Alliance Master said meaningfully. Gong Sun deity sneered. That will be the grave of Shimin Jian, Silver deity, and Gong Sanya. Half a month later, Su Yu was still in the glittering jewel mansion, patiently training in seclusion. In the meantime, there were rumors in the outside world that Shimin Jian had gone berserk and was searching the entire Great Western Alliance. Traces of the members of the Shimin clan could be found in the abodes of any deity in the Alliance city, or in the desolate corners of the Great Western Alliance. Looking at the stance of the Shimin family, it seemed like they were going to dig 3 feet deep into the Great Western Alliance. Unfortunately, the murderer seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find the slightest trace. Her disappearance was extremely strange. When the Shimen clan was wantonly searching for the murderer, on this day, the Alliance Master unexpectedly arrived at the Linling clan. Moreover, he was looking for Suyu. To be precise, he was looking for Gong Sanya and his daughter. In the reception room, Gong Sanya was nervous. He was very clear about the purpose of the Alliance leader's visit today. The promise that had been made for a long time was finally going to be fulfilled. Haha, this must be Wuxia. Come to your grandfather. The Alliance leader waved at Gongsun Wuxia with a pleasant expression. Gongsun Wuxia's small mouth twitched as she moved her feet and ran behind Suyu. As sensitive as she was, she could sense that 90% of her grandfather's enthusiasm towards her was fake. Haha, you're still shy of strangers at such an age. The Alliance leader smiled and looked at Gong Sanya. I have decided that in 10 days I will invite all the deities of the Great Western Alliance to hold a grand wedding for you and Fei to make up for my mistake in the past and fulfill your wish. Upon hearing that, Gong Sanya was overjoyed. He bowed and said, Thank you, Alliance Master, for fulfilling my wish. Haha, you should change the way you address me. Thank you, father-in-law. All right, my dear son-in-law, in 10 days prepare well. When the time comes, you will take Fei home in style. Gong Sanya will not let Fei down. I'm glad to hear that. The Alliance leader patted him on the shoulder with relief. Finally, he looked at Suyu and said gratefully, It is all thanks to you that my daughter, my dear son-in-law, and Wuxia can be reunited. Please be sure to support us when the time comes. Suyu nodded. Don't worry. I will be there to congratulate them. Haha, then it's settled. I will go and prepare as well. After sending off the Alliance leader, Gong Sanya was still immersed in anticipation and joy. Suyu secretly shook his head as he watched. Everything was as he had expected. The Alliance leader might not have treated them with sincerity. The opportunity to assassinate Shimin Jian in one fell swoop and frame. Suyu was probably at the wedding banquet. Alliance Master, oh Alliance Master, I really hope that you can repent in the end for the sake of your daughter. If you continue to be stubborn, you will fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. Suyu sighed softly. The storm caused by Shimin Chen's murder had yet to subside, but the Great Western Alliance was in turmoil again. The former trader of the Gongsun family, Gong Sanya, was about to marry the 8th daughter of the Alliance leader, Luo Fei. A marriage that had spanned decades was finally coming to fruition. Many of the elders who knew the inside story of the past were deeply moved. Perhaps to make up for the mistakes of the past, the Alliance leader invited all the deities to attend the ceremony. From ordinary deities to Shimin Jian, the #1 anti-demon family, everyone was invited. It was said that Shimin Jian firmly refused to attend. Everyone knew the relationship between the Gongsun father and daughter and Suyu. How could Shimin Jian possibly attend? However, the Alliance leader promised that after attending the wedding, he would mobilize all the forces of the Great Western Alliance to help him capture the murderer. Think about it, the entire Great Western Alliance was alarmed. Who could possibly hide? Therefore, Shimin Jian reluctantly agreed that he would attend. Haha, it's so lively. Our Great Western Alliance hasn't had such a lively scene in a long time, someone exclaimed. Who said it wasn't? What's rare is that Shimin Jian is also attending. The 10 great anti-demon families are all here. On this day, the entire Great Western Alliance was filled with joy, as if infected. Hundreds of deities, big and small, all brought gifts to the wedding venue to congratulate them. When Suyu arrived, the rest of the deities were all surprised. In order to avoid conflict, Suyu and Shimin Jian's seats were deliberately placed far apart from each other. Even so, when Shimin Jian noticed Suyu's arrival, he cast a cold, murderous look at him, as if saying, "Sooner or later, I'll tear you into pieces." Suyu shrugged helplessly and said, "Old man, You'll see if you survive today." The glittering deity looked at Suyu in shock. "What did you just say?" "Oh, nothing." Suyu tried to cover it up. Chapter 1275. The conflict between Suyu and Shimin-jian had reached an irreconcilable point. All the guests saw it and felt helpless. "I hope Shimin-jian doesn't make trouble at the wedding." "That better be the case. If he really fights, no one can stop him except the Alliance Master." Woo! The loud and clear sound of a bugle horn rang out. The wedding was about to begin, and all the guests took their seats. Because the wedding was extremely solemn, the process was very complicated. There were thousands of ceremonies, big and small, and it lasted for a whole day before it was mostly completed. Many deities gradually lost their patience. Gong Sanya's bitterness has finally come to an end. This wedding is even livelier than before. Haha, poor deities like us. We've been sitting here for a whole day, but it's almost over. All we need is to pay our respects to the heavens and the deities. Let's wait patiently for a while more. The deities were the highest beings in this world. If there were deities present at the wedding, not only would they have to pay their respects to the heavens and the deities, however, the status of the deities was below the heavens and the earth. It was not appropriate for them to kneel, but to toast with wine. Therefore, after bowing to the heavens and the earth, they would toast to the deities in turn. After toasting, the wedding would be over and the deities could leave. 3 bows to the heavens and the earth. The MC chanted loudly. Even different races had the same reverence for the heavens and the earth. There were both human and non-human beings who bowed to the heavens and the earth. Gong Sanya was wearing a fiery red robe, his face glowing. His handsome face was no longer decadent, and he was shining with a dazzling elegance. He had waited for this day for too long. The bride had a beautiful face, and there was a mature and charming charm in her eyes. Although she was almost middle-aged, one could still see the peerless beauty of the past. At this moment, a pair of bright eyes looked into Gong Sanya's. As the MC chanted, they held hands and bowed to the heavens and the earth. A toast to the deities. Gong Sanya and Luo Fei each took a glass of wine from the MC and walked towards the deities. The deities were ranked from highest to lowest, and the first place was, of course, Shimin-jian. Gong Sanya was a little cautious towards him. Even without deliberately sensing, he could sense Shimin-jian's faint murderous intent. "Shimin deity, thank you for your support today. This glass of wine, a toast to you." Gong Sanya toasted. Luo Fei smiled faintly and pursed her red lips. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, she took a sip of wine. Shimin-jian was expressionless. He picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Although he wasn't very enthusiastic, he didn't break the rules either. Gong Sanya felt slightly relieved and walked toward the other deities. Suyu, who had been staring at the scene, frowned deeply. That's not right. He actually did make a move. According to his speculations, the Alliance Master would definitely make a move during this segment. At this moment, Shimin-jian was the most relaxed. Regardless of whether it was poison or other explosive methods, they would all have a miraculous effect. After all, no one would have thought that there was a hidden danger at the wedding. If he missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult for him to approach Shimin-jian without raising his guard. Before long, Gong Sanya came to Suyu with Luo Fei in hand. Gong Sanya's face was filled with deep gratitude. He said solemnly, "Fei, he is the benefactor that I mentioned. Our family can be reunited because of him. Fei, give him a toast." Luo Fei bowed and said gratefully, "Thank you, benefactor." After getting up, she downed the wine in one gulp, her face flushed. Suyu smiled and downed the wine in his hand. However, he kept staring at Luo Fei out of the corner of his eye, slightly vigilant. If the Alliance Master wanted to kill someone by surprise, Luo Fei was undoubtedly the best candidate. Although Luo Fei looked normal on the surface, Suyu couldn't guarantee that the Alliance Master had not done anything to her. Even after the toasting ceremony was over, nothing had happened. Suyu was suspicious. Could it be that his speculation was wrong? Did the Alliance Master not intend to make a move at the wedding? Just as he was wondering, a couple returned to the stage. The MC smiled. Husband and wife bowed to each other and crossed their cups. The crowd burst into laughter. Gong Sanya and Luo Fei bowed to each other, then bent their arms and gave each other a toast. The ceremony is complete. As the MC sang, the wedding that had spanned decades was finally completed. Guests, please take your seats. At the seats of the deities, all kinds of strange fruits were quickly presented. The deities heaved a sigh of relief, chatted happily with each other, and tasted the strange fruits. It's finally done. It wasn't easy. Well, let's go after eating. The Great Western Alliance will be peaceful for a long time. Yes, we can take a break now. The Alliance Master's face was filled with a gratified smile. He waved his hand. Congratulations, the lovers are finally together. Luo Fei blushed slightly and looked at Gong Sanya beside her affectionately. Gong Sanya also felt extremely happy. I have a gift for you. I wish you two a long life together. Come over here. The Alliance Master took out a pair of King Kong rings. They were two imitation Emperor-based saint artifacts. The deities below were envious of such a generous gift. Luo Fei was overjoyed. She stepped forward with Gong Sanya to receive the gifts. Thank you, father, Luo Fei said happily. The hatred she had for her father for many years had dissipated a lot. However, Gong Sanya lowered his head and held the King Kong rings tightly, saying nothing. Are you not satisfied with the gift? The Alliance Master asked unhappily. Gong Sanya shook his head. His face, which could not be seen clearly, was covered with strange hostility. He said in a low voice, I am satisfied with the gift, but if you die, I will be even more satisfied. The Alliance Master's face changed, and he shouted coldly, What nonsense are you talking about? Today is your wedding day. How can you talk nonsense? The strange scene on the stage gradually quieted the noisy wedding hall. What happened? I don't know. It seems like Gong Sanya said something. No way. If he causes trouble on such an important occasion, wouldn't he be putting himself in a difficult position? Gong Sanya's voice became deeper and deeper. He was almost roaring. I will only be satisfied if you die. How dare you? The Alliance Master was furious. However, right at this moment, the Alliance Master's body suddenly trembled, and he fell onto the chair, blood and sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. Demon gods brew poison. You poison the wine? At this time, the deities started to show strange symptoms. Oh no, I think my body is also poisoned. Quick, activate your divine power and seal the poison outside your body. As long as it is discovered in time, the poison will not affect you too much. For a moment, the scene was a mess. Seeing that almost all the deities were poisoned, the deities were furious. The wedding wine, is poisoned. But the demon god liquor poison is a secret poison from the demonic realm. No one in our galaxy can refine it. Who did it? Who made it? In an instant, all the deities were poisoned to the ground. They had to activate their divine power to suppress the poison, not daring to move at all. The poison was very scary. Once it entered a deity's body, it would be a permanent injury. No spiritual medicine could cure it. The only way to be affected by the poison for a long time was to give up the deity's body. Chapter 1276. The direction he was kneeling in was none other than Suyu. What was even stranger was that everyone had been poisoned, and only Suyu was safe and sound. He was calmly sitting on the chair, and he didn't show any signs of being poisoned. Suyu took a light breath and said calmly, What a good plan! So, you were waiting here all along. Without waiting for Suyu to say anything, Gong Sanya roared and pounced over. He took out a replica Emperor-based saint artifact dagger that was surrounded by demonic energy and stabbed it into the Alliance Master. Even though the Alliance Master's divine skills were unparalleled, he was able to suppress the liquor poison with all his might. However, he was powerless to resist and was pierced by the dagger. Fortunately, the Alliance Master rolled to the center of the gods. Gong Sun Yu did not succeed. His eyes flashed, and he looked at Shimin Jian. At this moment, Shimin Jian's head was full of blood and sweat. He did not know why, but the poison he had suffered was more severe than the other deities. He did not have the heart to care about anything else. Gong Sun Yu let out a long laugh. "Old man, you have offended our benefactor. I will take your life." Shaking off Luo Fei's obstruction, Gong Sun Yu flew over and pierced Shimin Jian's head with his dagger. With a twist of the dagger, Shimin Jian was killed on the spot. His soul was obliterated before it could even escape. Shimin deity. Many deities of the aristocratic families roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. The dignified head of the number 1 anti-demon family, the pillar of the Great Western Alliance, was killed just like that. "Ha ha ha! It's your turn, Alliance leader Luo." Gong Sun Yu laughed hideously and pounced on the Alliance leader. The Alliance Master smiled bitterly. "Why did you do that?" Gong Sun Yu laughed and said, "Of course I'll help my benefactor get rid of you. Only when you're dead can he ascend to the position of Alliance leader." "What? You were instigated by the Silver God. He's just a proxy deity. Yet he's coveting the position of the leader of the Great Western Alliance? What else? As long as you and Shimin deity are killed, the Silver deity will be the strongest deity. If he does not become the leader, who will? Die." The Alliance leader closed his eyes in despair and laughed angrily. "Silver God, oh Silver God, you have the ambition of a wolf. It turns out that you have bad intentions since you joined the Great Western Alliance. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Just as he was about to be beheaded, Luo Fei cried out, "Father! Gong Sun Yu, come here." With a roar of grief and indignation, Luo Fei unleashed the powerful cultivation of a late-stage prospective deity and caught up with him at the critical moment. His palm pierced through Gong Sun Yu's back and crushed his heart in an instant. Gong Sun Yu screamed unwillingly. He turned his head, and his crazy eyes suddenly became clear. He was at a loss for a moment before a pained look appeared on his face. "Fei so it's you?" In the end, before he could say anything, he was killed by Luo Fei on the spot. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. At the last moment, the murder was finally stopped. Fortunately, it did not continue to cause a disaster. The death of the head of the number 1 anti-demon family had already damaged the vitality of the Great Western Alliance. If even the Alliance leader died, the Great Western Alliance would face an unprecedented crisis. Whoosh! The Chancellor took a deep breath. With Luo Fei's help, he sat up again. After barely suppressing the poison in his body, the Chancellor looked at Gong Sun Yu's body with disappointment and sorrow. "How could you be so stupid? Believe what others say. Gong Sun Yu, oh Gong Sun Yu, I entrusted my daughter to you. I entrusted my hopes to you, but you betrayed me like this." The Alliance leader looked up to the sky and lamented. The chaos subsided. The deities listened to the Alliance leader's sorrowful sigh while looking at Shimin Jian's body that was gradually turning cold. Pairs of eyes that were ignited with anger focused on Suyu. Was it really you? The deities who had always believed in Suyu were now filled with disappointment and murderous intent. "Silver God, I trusted you so much before. In the end, you really did such a heartless thing. Shimin Qin, you instigated the tree goddess to kill him, didn't you?" In the face of the furious deities, Suyu said calmly, "It wasn't me. If I wanted to kill you and seize the position of the Alliance leader, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I would have done it openly." His explanation did not calm them down. Instead, it added fuel to the fire. "Ha ha ha, listen to me. Even now, you still refuse to admit it. You still lie and deceive us. Let me ask you, why was everyone poisoned except you? Let me ask you again. Why did Gong Sanya kill Shimin-Jian for no reason? Why did he kill the alliance leader? What did he stand to gain by doing so? The blood feud between you and Shimin-Jian is obvious to all. No one but you would have done such a cruel thing. Su Yu fell silent after being interrogated with such penetrating and direct questions. The alliance leader's move was brilliant. Just when Su Yu thought he would manipulate Luo Fei to assassinate Shimin-Jian, the one who was manipulated turned out to be Gong Sanya. Before attending the wedding, Su Yu had specifically checked to ensure that Gong Sanya would be fine. However, he had been manipulated in a strange way. Moreover, Gong Sanya had been manipulated to stab Su Yu and then kill Shimin-Jian. Who would have thought that the mastermind behind all this was actually alliance leader Luo? Moreover, he had manipulated Gong Sanya to slander him by saying that he was under Su Yu's orders, pushing all the suspicion onto Su Yu. The best part was that he did not have any chance to explain before he was killed by Luo Fei. Luo Fei was willing to betray the Great Western Alliance for Gong Sanya and remained unmarried for many years. How deep was her love for him? How could she kill Gong Sanya just like that? There was no doubt that Luo Fei was also manipulated by the alliance leader. Therefore, Su Yu did not explain, because even he himself found it hard to believe that all of this was not his doing. There's no way to explain it, is there? Some of the deities gradually regained their composure, their murderous, intense menacing. I must have been blind to believe you and put in a good word for you. If I had known, I would have helped Shimin-Jian and destroyed your divine soul. I was at fault too. I stopped Shimin-Jian. If I had believed him that day and killed this beast, Shimin-Jian would not have died so tragically. Gradually, more and more deities recovered. He infiltrated our Great Western Alliance. He was up to no good. To be deceived by him until now. Does this mean that the so-called experience of the demonic dimension was just a lie to deceive us? Su Yu was still silent. No matter what he said now, they would not believe him. Raising his eyes, Su Yu stared at the alliance leader and smiled approvingly. You are indeed the alliance leader. I have underestimated you. You are skilled in using your methods, meticulous in your thinking, ruthless and decisive in your actions. To be honest, if you had not offended me, you would actually be a very qualified leader. A leader did not need to be benevolent and righteous. That was the standard of a saint. An expert who could lead a faction needed qualities like alliance leader Luo. He needed to be scheming, resourceful, ruthless, and decisive. If the power struggle between them had not involved Su Yu, he would not have intervened, and would have even supported the alliance leader. In comparison, he was more suitable to lead the Great Western Alliance than someone like Shimin-Jian, who was not shrewd enough. However, since he planned to step over Su Yu's dead body to keep his position as the alliance leader, he would not hesitate. Chapter 1277. You are about to die, and yet you are still so arrogant. The Gong Sun deity stood up and shouted, Everyone, let's kill this traitor! Avenge the Shimin deity! Kill! Some deities echoed. All of a sudden, the gods, who were already brimming with murderous intent, had their killing intent provoked, and they charged over furiously. Only one person gritted his teeth and rushed in front of all the deities. Stop it! It was the glittering deity. After some struggle, he stood in front of Su Yu. Everyone calm down. I think there is something fishy about this. The glittering deity shouted, Have you noticed that when Gong Sanya injured people, did the silver god cooperate with him to injure anyone? No. It was all Gong Sanya's own words. Moreover, why don't you think about it? Since the silver god is plotting for the position of the alliance master, why was the tree goddess not used in such a major operation today? If the tree goddess were to make a move, based on everyone's state just now, how many of you would still be standing? The glittering deity's words hit the nail on the head. Indeed, if Su Yu really wanted to plot against them, he would have sent the tree goddess. How could they be surrounded now? Some rational deities calmed down and fell into deep thought. Some impulsive deities were afraid of the terrible heritage of the glittering family and hesitated to move forward. "Don't be afraid, everyone, let's go together," the Gong Sun deity provoked. It was not easy to push the situation to this point. As long as they killed Suyu, they could kill two birds with one stone. Whoever dares to touch him will be the enemy of the glittering family. If he is hurt, the glittering family will pay for it. The glittering deity stared at the Gong Sun deity. He felt that the Gong Sun deity's provocation was more and more suspicious. He did not believe that Suyu was such a person. In addition, there were many suspicious points in the raid, so he was determined to protect Suyu. The Gong Sun deity was furious. He was about to succeed, but the stubborn glittering family jumped out. He was filled with hatred and shouted, "Glittering deity, are you also an accomplice? How dare you protect him like this?" The glittering deity sneered, "Ridiculous, if I were an accomplice, would you still be standing here? With the grudge between us, it is intolerable that I did not take the opportunity to kill you." More and more people became suspicious. They also understood the hidden meaning of Gong Sun deity's behavior. Wasn't Gong Sun deity's behavior too unusual? Gong Sun deity was getting more and more suspicious. If he didn't kill Suyu as soon as possible, he would be in big trouble when the deities interrogated him together and found out his doubts. The truth is right in front of us. If glittering deity is abusing his position for personal gain and covering up for Shimin Jian's murder, then I have no choice but to put justice before family. The Gong Sun deity shouted. The silver god harbored evil intentions and killed his meritorious subjects. "Everyone, let's kill them together." The glittering deity sneered. "Before we find out the truth, whoever dares to make a move." The two sides were in a deadlock. Many deity families had many worries. After pondering for a while, they chose to stand aside and watch. In the end, only the three families who supported the Alliance Master firmly followed the Gong Sun deity. As the glittering deity stared at them, realization dawned on him. The rest of the deity families also frowned. They could see that something was amiss. Why did it seem like it was all the Alliance Masters, people shouting and killing? On the contrary, the Shimen clan who should take revenge the most was incomparably calm. The uncoordinated atmosphere caused many deity families to fall into deep thought. Alliance Master Luo was secretly shocked. If they continued to suspect him, they would definitely suspect him. The glittering deity, Alliance Master Luo, was secretly resentful. If he hadn't stopped them, Suyu would have become a cold corpse. Turning his eyes, Alliance Master Luo stood up and said, "Stop! The glittering deity is right. There are many suspicious points in this matter. We can't kill a good person by mistake." The Gong Sun deity was extremely unwilling. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Suyu. However, he also saw the signs. If they insisted on continuing, their purpose would be too obvious. Even if they killed Suyu, the deity families would still suspect them. Therefore, they could only choose to give up and return to the Alliance Master side. Suyu shook his head, secretly. The glittering deity's good intentions were really bad. If he hadn't stopped them, all the deities who had rushed up just now would have died. As long as the hidden demon deity was released, with the state of the many deities in front of them, everyone would die. However, doing so would not be able to explain clearly how Suyu had obtained the demon deity, which would make him the target of public criticism. The glittering deity breathed a sigh of relief and said with cupped fists, "Alliance Master, you are truly righteous. The death of Shimin Jian is a great loss for the Great Western Alliance. This matter is of great importance, and I will definitely investigate it to the end." Alliance Master Luo's face was filled with grief as he spoke in a powerful voice. He looked at Suyu and said, "Although there are many suspicious points in this case, Suyu, you are the biggest suspect in this case. Before the case is clarified, you must be imprisoned until the truth is clear. Do you have any objections?" Staring at the dignified and righteous Alliance Master Luo, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. If he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed that Alliance Master Luo was an upright and selfless person. No objections. Suyu smiled lightly. Where do you plan to imprison me? This was a very important question. How about the glittering deity's mansion? I believe that everyone knows what kind of person I, Glittering Jewel Fan, am. Glittering Jewel Deity answered first. The Gongsun deity said, I disagree. You have a close relationship with the Silver God. Who knows if you will secretly let him go? The glittering deity asked. Then, why not imprison him in the mansion of the Gongsun deity? Don't forget, you also have a grudge against him for killing your son. What if you torture him privately, kill him, and then frame him for escaping? Not only was it inappropriate for him to be imprisoned by them, but it was also inappropriate for him to be imprisoned by other deity families. Because no deity family was worthy of full trust, there were countless connections between the 10 great deity families. It would not be wise to hand over an important suspect like Suyu to anyone else. Stop arguing. Alliance Master Luo waved his hand and suppressed the quarrel. I will personally take charge of the Silver God. How about that? The deities gradually quieted down. If it was the Alliance Master, it was not impossible. In the chaos just now, the Alliance Master was also a victim, and there was no reason to let Suyu go. The glittering deity hesitated slightly. What about the place of imprisonment? It can't be the Alliance Master's mansion, can it? Of course not. In order to be fair, he will be imprisoned in a place where everyone can watch. Where? The Julie Cavern World. As long as we and the other deities work together to seal the Julie Cavern World and trap him, it will be fine. How about that? The glittering deity pondered for a while and felt that this was the most suitable method. Then go now. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, the sky was filled with divine light. Under the witness of the deities, Suyu was banished to the Julie Cavern World. Alliance Master Luo and the 9 great deity families jointly sealed the Julie Cavern World. The seal could not be opened unless the person who sealed it acted together or was stronger than them. The glittering deity stared at Suyu in the seal and said, Don't worry, if you are really innocent, we will clear your name. Suyu smiled lightly. Thank you. Alliance Master Luo secretly stared at Suyu and said, Disperse and investigate this matter immediately. The deities dispersed, leaving Suyu alone in the broken Julie Cavern World. Haha, back to this pavilion again. Suyu teleported into the pavilion with a faint smile on his lips. Swish! With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the 3 princes and princesses and the 6 city masters all appeared. How confident are you that you can break this seal? The eldest prince looked up and lowered his head expressionlessly. 1 sword for each of us will suffice. In other words, with his strength alone, he could fight against Alliance Master Luo and the 9 great anti-demon families. Although he might not be able to compete with them if they attacked with all their might, the absolute strength of the eldest prince was evident. You want to break the seal and escape? The 6th princess had a sly look. Suyu had already told them about what had happened just now. I think if you escape, you may fall into the trap of Alliance Master Luo. Suyu smiled lightly. Of course I won't break the seal, because someone will break it. Who? Alliance Master Luo, of course. He will help me escape. Suyu's lips curled into a cold smile. The 6th princess was convinced, especially since this speculation came from Suyu. She said, How are you going to deal with it? Now that you are imprisoned, even if you have the means, it will be difficult to use them. Of course, it will be easy to kill Alliance Master Luo, but it will be impossible to clear your name. Haha, have you forgotten that I already have a backup plan? Is it the tree goddess? The 6th princess's eyes flickered. Suyu nodded slowly. Yes, this incident forced me to make a major decision. The 6th princess's eyes lit up, revealing a look of anticipation. Haha, It seems that there is a surprise to see. Su-yu rarely talked big, and the major decision he made must not be a trivial matter. All of you go back. I think the seal is about to be broken. With a wave of his sleeve, all the demon gods disappeared, and the remaining demonic energy was also erased by Su-yu. Crack! There was a loud noise, as if somewhere in the cavern world was broken. Boom! Then there was a loud bang, and a destructive power rippled from the outside of the seal. The destructive power was almost at the level of destroying a cavern world. The seal outside, under the continuous bombardment, was quickly broken. A middle-aged woman appeared and hurriedly said at the entrance, "Silver God, go quickly. The gods have discussed and decided to put you to death. You are my benefactor, and I will go all out to save you." Su-yu sat steadily in the gazebo, the corners of his mouth raised in a faint sneer. The Alliance Master really thought that he had deceived everyone, and no one had noticed anything. He even manipulated his own daughter to deceive Su-yu. Su-yu got up, a look of joy on his face. "Really? That's great. Please take me away." Luo Fei immediately flew over and clasped Su-yu's shoulder, preparing to fly out of the Julie cavern world. Chapter 1278. You. Luo Fei turned her head and saw that Su-yu was shrouded in a yellow halo, and his breath was connected with the broken continent of the Julie cavern world. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk about how you controlled Gong Sanya first," Su-yu said with a smile. Luo Fei's pupils shrank slightly, and she said, "I don't know what you are talking about, but you must go with me now, or your life will be in danger." "If I go with you now, my life will be in danger, right?" Su-yu looked calm. "What?" Luo Fei's eyes flashed. An array of light suddenly shot out from her sleeve, piercing Su-yu's chest at close range. Ding! Unfortunately, with a crisp sound, the object that attacked Su-yu bounced off forcefully, as if it had collided with an indestructible object. "You, how is this possible?" She stared at Su-yu and found that the yellow halo around Su-yu had turned into a golden color, making him look like gold. The hidden weapon struck his chest, leaving only a shallow mark before it was easily deflected. Su-yu smiled, and the color of his body suddenly changed again, turning into 5 colors. At the same time, the 5-colored light turned into a long chain, suddenly entangling Luo Fei. Luo Fei was shocked, and she let go of Su-yu to block the 5-colored chain. However, as soon as the chain wrapped around her body, Luo Fei felt as if she was under the heavy pressure of the cavern world. She felt extremely heavy, and her movements were slow. When she realized that something was wrong and wanted to avoid the chain, it was too late, and she was firmly entangled by the chain. Her body softened, and she could not bear the heavy pressure of the 5-colored chain. With a thump, she fell to the ground, crushing the broken continent. Su-yu stood with his hands behind his back, and with a suction force, the 5-colored chain tightened, bringing her to Su-yu. Su-yu squinted and looked at her slightly, and finally fixed his eyes on her lips. He took out a jade knife and gently scraped her lips, scraping off a layer of bright red rouge. Using the power of his eyes, the rouge continued to enlarge in Su-yu's eyes. When it was enlarged to the limit, his face suddenly changed, and he flung his hand, throwing the jade knife away. Almost at the moment when he flung it away, the rouge on the jade knife suddenly squirmed. It turned into a handful and sprayed towards Su-yu's face. Fortunately, Su-yu reacted in time and threw away the jade knife, so it was not sprayed on. Under Su-yu's extreme eyesight, he could see that the so-called blood red rouge was actually a collection of small, weak, red worms. In other words, Luo Fei's mouth was full of these strange insects. These bugs gave Su-yu a sense of uneasiness that came from his soul. It was obvious that they had a great impact on his soul. Taking a deep breath, Su-yu said, "You indirectly controlled Gong Sanya through these worms, didn't you?" Before attending the wedding, Su-yu had carefully examined Gong Sanya to ensure that there were no hidden dangers in him that could be exploited by others. But in the end, Gong Sanya was still being used. But from the beginning to the end, Alliance leader Luo had never touched Gongsanya. However, there was only one person who touched him, and that was the bride. Moreover, they had drunk the cup of wine from which the bride's lips had touched the bridegroom's drink. Now that he thought about it, the bride intentionally left the worm on her lips on the wine glass, and then passed it on to the groom during the toast. That was why Gongsanya suddenly went crazy and ended up being manipulated. What do you know? Luo Fei asked, looking a little nervous. Suyu shook his head and said, I know everything I need to know. For example, I know that Alliance leader Luo is secretly controlling Luo Fei. I also know that Alliance leader Luo must be near the Jiuli Cavern World and have set up an ambush. As soon as I leave the Cavern World, your ambush will regard me as fleeing from punishment and then kill me openly. Luo Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and doubt. If one looked closely, Luo Fei's expression was slightly unnatural. It was as if there was a hidden personality that was being suppressed by something. Suyu sighed silently. Alliance leader Luo, in order to keep your position as the alliance leader, I can understand that you sacrificed Gongsanya, but can you even sacrifice your daughter? According to his plan, the seal was opened by Luo Fei. So if Suyu absconded, could Luo Fei escape responsibility? Even if she was not killed, she would be killed by the angry deities of the Great Western Alliance. Gongsanya would die, and so would Luo Fei. Swish! An amazing divine power suddenly filled the entire Jiuli Cavern world, shaking the world and causing it to shatter. The only person who had such divine power was Alliance leader Luo. Oh, you actually came back to your senses. So quickly? Suddenly, a faint chuckle sounded from behind. He did not need to look back to know that it was Alliance leader Luo. Suyu sighed. With a move of his mind, the power of 5 elements intensified. Luo Fei was overwhelmed and fainted. Turning around, he looked at the calm and confident Alliance leader Luo. Suyu said, You sacrificed your daughter. You sacrificed Gongsanya. I want to know, what are you going to do next? The Alliance leader looked at Suyu as if he was looking at a man who had fallen into a trap and was about to die. He did not hide his ambition and chuckled. Of course, I am going to get rid of all the factors that can affect my position as the Alliance leader. For example, the B** star you brought back. She seems to know something. Suyu's eyes turned cold. B** starred. I am really glad that Wuxia has never called you grandfather. Oh, the deities have lived for a long time and all kinship is fake. Only the great way of heaven and earth is my lifelong pursuit. These kinship will only become my obstacles, so it is better to get rid of them. Suyu said, What happens after I kill Gongsun Wuxia? You can sit on the throne for a while, but can you sit on it forever? I believe that my death will more or less arouse the suspicion of the anti-demon families. Then I will kill them until they don't dare to doubt me. The Alliance leader said coldly, Lin Lang Fan has repeatedly opposed me. It is time to make an example of the rest of the anti-demon families. Suyu shook his head slightly. You can achieve the Great Way. You have cast aside the obstacles of kinship, but you are tied down by power. You are destined to be unable to go far. Upon hearing that, the Alliance leader laughed loudly. What a joke! Only when you are at the top of the world are you qualified to guide the world, and only then can you hope to touch the Great Way that all living beings can't touch. You are a mere mortal fairy. What do you know about the Great Way? In short, those who stand in my way of controlling the world are standing in my way of the Great Way. Those who stand in my way of the Great Way shall be killed without mercy. The laughter shook the heavens and the earth. The cavern world shattered with a rumble and vanished in a puff of smoke. The boundless water of the Milky Way poured in, completely destroying the remaining continent. Everything is over, Silver God. When I conferred you the title of Silver God here, you were destined to be a stepping stone for me to set foot on the throne. Alliance leader Luo stepped forward and said lightly, Rest in peace, this is your glory. However, at that instant, an aged sigh could be heard. "Ah, I am old, and I am indeed not suitable for the position of Alliance Leader." The sudden old voice made Alliance Leader Luo's face stiffen. He stopped in his tracks, and his pupils shrank. "Shimin-Jian, you are not dead." "Yes, you must be surprised, Alliance Leader." Swish! A terrifying divine power that was not inferior to that of the Alliance Leader forcibly descended upon the cavern world and completely shattered it. The divine light that filled the sky gathered and converged in the Xing River to form an old man with an old face and cloudy eyes. He carried a wooden sword on his back, like an ancient creature, and walked slowly. "It's really you. Impossible, you should be dead by now. I have checked your divine body. It can't be fake." Alliance Leader Luo was horrified. Shimin-Jian said lightly, "You can hide the ancient poison spell. Why can't I hide other secret techniques? Have you forgotten what my original form is?" The Alliance Leader's pupils shrank slightly. "The Shimin family is an ancient real spirit and the body of a sea snake. Can a sea snake die twice?" Shimin-Jian shook his head. "To be precise, it is the body of a two-headed sea snake. Unless both heads are cut off at the same time, it will not die. And at the wedding, it was just one of my snake heads. A little rest, and I will recover." Hearing this, the Alliance Leader was secretly shocked. His ultimate goal was to kill his competitor Shimin-Jian, but he did not die. Suddenly, he glimpsed Su Yu's indifferent expression, and an incredible thought came to his mind. He said in a low voice, "Silver God, do you know that Shimin-Jian is actually not dead?" Su Yu smiled and said nothing. Shimin-Jian looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression, and when he looked at the Alliance Leader, he showed a look of pity. "I faked my death because it was his idea. He knew about your entire plan a long time ago, and he sent the tree goddess to find me and inform me of your purpose. At first, I did not believe it, but when you secretly appeared near my mansion and tried to kill my son, I finally believed that you wanted to kill me." After hearing this, Alliance Leader Luo was shocked. "How is this possible? All my plans were careful and thorough. Could it be that the Gong Sun deity betrayed me and leaked the news?" Shimin-Jian's eyes were even more pitiful. "Luo Huan, do you still not understand? You have met someone more sophisticated than you, who has seen through all your plans one step ahead of you. This is why I am here." "Impossible." Alliance Leader Luo could not believe it. He thought that his careful plan of killing two birds with one stone had been seen through long ago. Shimin-Jian did not speak. He glanced around and suddenly grabbed the void. Suddenly, a crystal ball hidden in the void floated out. The crystal ball had long been opened, and on the other side, many deities of the Great Western Alliance appeared. They were led by the dead Shimin-Chin to stand on the other side of the crystal ball, watching the details of this place from the whole city. Alliance Leader Luo's heart was pounding and his mind was racing. How could he explain that he had appeared in the Julie Cavern world? He did not know what to do. He shouted in a low voice, "Shimin-Jian, how dare you? You faked your death to frame the Silver God. Surrender immediately, or this Alliance Master will not spare you." What a joke! Shimin-Jian shook his old head and said, "Alliance Leader, you don't have to put on an act anymore. This video crystal ball has been here for a long time. Your words and actions have been transmitted to the anti-demon families of the Western Alliance. Haha, stopping you from becoming the Alliance Leader is stopping you from pursuing the Great Path. Those who stop you will be killed without mercy. Also, you sacrificed your daughter, sacrificed Gong Sunya, and wanted to eradicate the glittering deity. These words have spread throughout the Great Western Alliance. So, Alliance Leader, please stop your ridiculous act. There is no place for you in the Great Western Alliance." Chapter 1279. A leader who had assassinated the leader of the number 1 anti-demon family, who would eradicate the glittering jewel family, and who would deter all the other families. No one knew if they would become the next Shimin family. Thud, thud, thud. Alliance Master Luo's back was drenched in cold sweat, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Listen to me, this is a conspiracy between Shimin Jian and the silver deity to frame me. Please believe me, it really isn't. Slap. On the other side of the crystal ball, Shimin Chin shouted angrily, Enough! How much longer do you want to fool us? The other god was also enraged. We trusted you in vain, and yet you used us to get rid of your enemy for you. If it weren't for the glittering jewel deity stopping us, we would have killed the innocent silver deity and become your accomplices. Luo Huan, you don't deserve to be our alliance master. Angry roars rang out. When Luo Huan played the gods in the palm of his hand, he never imagined what would happen when his lies were exposed. The gods were not angry at Luo Huan's insidiousness and viciousness. This was the basic quality of a hero in a chaotic world. They were angry that they had been fooled by Luo Huan like idiots. This was the real reason for their anger. Go, let's kill him together. Shimin Chen roared, and many angry gods responded. With a muffled sound, the crystal ball shattered, and Luo Huan's path as alliance master ended. It was over, it was all over. How many years of hard work had gone down the drain? Luo Huan could not accept the cruel situation, and he could not believe that he had suddenly lost everything. The divine power in his body vibrated and tumbled endlessly, and there was a faint tendency to go berserk. Great ups and downs were the easiest to trigger extreme human nature. Suddenly, Luo Huan's eyes turned red and shot toward Siyu, his eyes bursting with a strong hatred. It was a hatred born from despair after everything had been destroyed. It's all because of you. Alliance Master Luo seemed to have found a place to vent his anger. It was you who plotted against me that led to this day. I want you to be torn into pieces. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. You say it as if I forced you to take the risk. Moreover, you want to turn me into a stepping stone for you to ascend to the throne. Do I have to stand there quietly and be ruthlessly trampled to death by you? You have ulterior motives, and your schemes are not as good as others. Now you're blaming others for your failure? To think that I once said that you were very suitable for the position of the leader of the Great Western Alliance. I now take back this evaluation. Su Yu said disappointedly. If I were you, I would escape to the vast Xing River immediately and lie low for 10 years. I would wait for the demon race to invade the world and appear when the world is in chaos. Then I would look for an opportunity to stage a comeback. But now you're losing your mind and shouting here. It's really unwise. This evaluation made Shimin Jian extremely emotional. Su Yu's tone was like that of a superior being, giving pointers to Luo Huan, a hero of his generation. It sounded unbelievable. After all, regardless of cultivation level or age, Su Yu was far inferior to Luo Huan. However, Shimin Jian did not feel the slightest bit out of place. From the looks of it, Su Yu was indeed qualified to guide Luo Huan. Ha ha ha! Isn't it the same if I kill you and leave? Luo Huan sneered. Unless you think that you can stop me with just Shimin Jian? Wow. In just an instant, Luo Huan crossed half of the cavern world and approached Su Yu. The monstrous, murderous intent was unstoppable. Shimin Jian sighed silently, took the wooden sword from his back, and said, It's true that I can't compete with you alone. But how do you know that I'm alone? The wooden sword erupted with a strong spatial fluctuation, and a crack appeared in the middle. Then, a touch of emerald light suddenly bloomed. A graceful figure floated out. The unique scent of the ancient tongue tree belonged to only one person, the tree goddess. Luo Huan was slightly surprised, but then he understood. No wonder the Shimin family searched the entire Great Western Alliance and did not find any trace of the tree goddess. It turns out that you hid her by your side. Thinking about it carefully, it was ridiculous. The Shimin family's extensive search was just a show for Luo Huan. A feeling of being fooled surged in his heart, making his murderous intent even stronger. If that's the case, then go to hell. Humph. With 2 light snorts, Shimin-Jian and the tree goddess joined forces to protect Suyu. Puff! Bang! The 3 figures retreated as soon as they came into contact. Individually, the tree goddess and Shimin-Jian were no match for Luo Huan, but when they joined forces, it was easy for them to gain the upper hand. Luo Huan was unwilling to give up and rushed forward with a roar. However, after a few rounds, not only did he not take the initiative and find an opportunity to kill Suyu, but he was also almost trapped and unable to escape. Seeing that the gods of the Great Western Alliance were about to arrive, if he did not leave now, he would not be able to escape. Luo Huan gritted his teeth and stared at Suyu with murderous intent. Silver God, you ruined my life's work, and I will not let this matter rest so easily. I will come back one day and kill all your cronies, including that bastard. I will make you regret everything you have done to me today. Get out of my way. With a roar, Luo Huan, full of hatred, broke through the joint forces of the 2 and disappeared into the vast galaxy. Suyu touched the Buddha beads on his wrist, hesitated a little, and did not make a move. This was Suyu's trump card. It was not used to deal with Luo Huan, but to deal with swoosh. Not long after, rays of divine light descended in the surroundings. Shimin-Chen led the deities to this place. Glittering deity stepped forward with concern. Silver God, are you all right? Suyu shook his head. I'm fine, thanks to Shimin deity's timely arrival. Hearing this, everyone looked at Shimin-Jian and could not help but have a strange look on their faces. Not long ago, the 2 were enemies with a blood feud, but in the blink of an eye, they had become allies. The strangest thing was that Shimin-Chen, who was clearly dead, was alive and well in front of them. Of course, they had roughly guessed the process from the crystal ball. The Silver God sent someone to secretly find Shimin deity and reveal Luo Huan's conspiracy. Then he played along and lured the vicious schemer lurking in the Great Western Alliance out and revealed the truth to the world. The performance of the 2 had really deceived everyone. What surprised the deities even more was that the Silver God's calculations were flawless. When they were not aware of the Alliance Master's conspiracy, Suyu, the Silver God who had been in the Great Western Alliance for less than a month, had seen through it and set up a trap, causing the cunning Luo Huan to commit suicide in the Great Western Alliance. Many of the deities were secretly shocked. If Luo Huan was an ambitious person, then what level was Suyu, who knew everything about him like the back of his hand? Shimin-Jian looked ashamed and bowed to Suyu from afar. I don't deserve it. It was the Silver God who saved my life. As he spoke, Shimin-Jian felt even more ashamed and smiled bitterly. I was obsessed with power, so I humiliated you who had a close relationship with Luo Huan for no reason. I fell into the trap that Luo Huan had set up and was completely unaware of it. Shimin-Jian had seen through the great calamity and understood a lot. The Silver God is right. To pursue the path of the Great Path and to stand above all living beings, of course, it is easier to touch the Great Path. However, to deliberately pursue power, on the contrary, it is inferior. We gods want the Great Path, not power. Shimin-Jian bowed to Suyu again. Silver God, although you are young, you are far more insightful than us old bones who have lived for countless years. Thank you for your guidance, for helping me break through the fog. I apologize for all the wrongs I have done in the past. Suyu waved his hand with a faint smile and helped him up. Shimin deity, please get up. You are the mainstay of the Great Western Alliance. I can't afford it. At this moment, many deities looked ashamed and bowed to Suyu. Before, I have offended you. Please forgive me, Silver God. Although we were deceived by Luo Huan, we almost attacked you and made a big mistake. Looking at the deities apologizing one by one, Suyu unexpectedly did not help them up. Many of the deities were embarrassed and a little dissatisfied. This silver god was a little too arrogant to accept the bow of 100 deities. This was a privilege that only the Alliance Master could have. "I don't know how you feel after this incident," Suyu asked. The betrayal of the Alliance Master was unprecedented in the Great Western Alliance, and the impact was far-reaching. The top priority is to elect a new Alliance Master and quickly quell the unrest. Yes, choosing a new Alliance Master is the most important thing. Since ancient times, the Great Western Alliance had been a highly centralized organization. A group of dragons could not be without a leader, not to mention that the demons were about to attack. Suyu smiled faintly. "So, have you decided to appoint Water as the Alliance Master?" This among the 10 great anti-demon family masters present, who would not be tempted, however, who had the qualifications to do so. Many deities looked at Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity. In terms of qualifications, the masters of these two families were undoubtedly the most likely candidates. "I suggest Shimin Deity. I recommend Glittering Deity." "Some deities of the families," said one after another. There were also some deities of the families who were elected. The deities had different opinions. Suyu stayed out of it as if he was watching a good show. With a sarcastic look, he quietly watched the gradually chaotic scene. Shimin Jian's eyes flashed, and he said, "Silver God, why don't you tell us your thoughts?" Glittering Deity also said, "Well, you have contributed the most to this matter. Why don't you tell us how we should deal with this after this incident?" With the two most powerful deities speaking, the other deities naturally quieted down. They were also curious about what Suyu would say. Suyu looked around at the deities and said with a smile, "You only see the vacant position of the Alliance Master. Have you ever reflected on why this position is vacant?" Of course, it was because Luo Huan had used a conspiracy to persecute Shimin Jian. All of a sudden, the gods seemed to have understood something. Because of contradictions, Suyu said lightly, "No matter how highly centralized and unified the Great Western Alliance seems, internal contradictions have always been present. The contradictions between the families and the Alliance Master. The accumulation of contradictions is endless. If there is a demon invasion, these contradictions will be temporarily covered up, but once there is peace, like today, the contradictions will grow. In order to keep the position of the Alliance Master, Luo Huan will kill his competitors, and the families will suppress the other families in order to obtain a higher ranking. I would like to ask all of you here, which of the Alliance Masters you elect can resolve the contradictions from now on?" The deities looked at each other. The answer was impossible. Even if Shimin Jian or Glittering Deity became the Alliance Master, the contradictions could not be resolved. This was because the two of them had the support of different families. Whoever became the Alliance Master, the families that supported the two sides would be in a hostile situation. Choosing a new Alliance Master will not solve any problems. Maybe it can take 100 years, 1,000 years to slowly deal with it, but do you have that much time? Will the demons give you time to resolve the contradictions? The answer was no. Chapter 1280. Then, let me ask you another question. A Great Western Alliance, full of contradictions. When the time comes to fight against the Devil Clan, will it really be able to exert its full strength? Not to mention, we still have to unite with the Eastern Alliance. How should we deal with the conflict between the Western Alliance and the Eastern Alliance? The question that hit the nail on the head caused all the gods present to ponder deeply. Yes, they were too scattered, while the demon race was united as a fortress. There was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, and they were not united. The battle 10 years later would be a battle of annihilation. Shimin Jian and the Glittering Jewel Deity agreed with him. In the Great Western Alliance, choosing any deity to be the new alliance leader would not solve the problem. Time was too tight, and they urgently needed to resolve their conflict. In your opinion, who is the most suitable candidate to be the Alliance Master? Shimin Jian and Lin Langfan threw the thorny problem to Suyu. However, even they had never expected Suyu to give them the best candidate. It was impossible for Suyu to be more familiar with the Great Western Alliance than they were. Of course, I'm the most suitable one, Suyu said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the entire galaxy fell silent. All the sounds of discussion seemed to have been ruthlessly cut off. Absolute silence. All the gods felt as though they were hallucinating, wondering if they had misunderstood something. Even the glittering deity hesitated for a moment before asking, "Silver deity, what do you mean by that?" Suyu had a calm look on his face. "It's exactly what it means. I will be the Alliance Master." In an instant, the entire galaxy was in an uproar. The leader of the Great Western Alliance was the most prestigious existence in the galaxy, on par with the Dakini of the Great Eastern Alliance and the demonic emperor of the demonic world. A mere third realm mortal fairy who was only in his 20s and whose status was merely that of a substitute deity, claimed that he was more suitable than anyone else to be the Alliance leader? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have treated it as a joke. However, this scene happened right before his eyes. "Silver God, are you sure you know what you are saying?" "That's right. Any deity here can be the leader of the Great Western Alliance, except for you, right? In terms of qualifications and strength, Silver God, you should give up on that idea for the time being." These could still be considered good-natured. There were many who sneered and sent malicious voice transmissions. "Ha ha ha, what a joke! An outsider deity covets the position of the Alliance Master just because he has a powerful deity as his follower. That's right. What right does he have? Just because you're a little smart? If he really becomes the leader of the Great Western Alliance, it will be the joke of the galaxy." Even Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity were silent. Su-Yu's request was really this was impossible. Su-Yu calmly looked at the gods present, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Originally, I had no interest in the position of the Alliance Master of the Great Western Alliance, and I wouldn't have cared even if you offered it to me. However, your performance at the wedding made me decide that the position of the Alliance Master cannot be given to any of you." This was the determination that Su-Yu had made. Seize the position of Alliance Leader. Finally, a deity questioned Su-Yu directly. "Silver God, you want to become the Alliance Master of the Great Western Alliance. What is your reason?" In the eyes of the deities, Su-Yu would probably say something nice like unifying all the factions and fighting against the demon clan together. Then, Su-Yu said something that caused them to explode. "Because all of you are too stupid. You need a smart person to lead you." The whole place was silent for 3 seconds before it exploded. "Who are you calling stupid? How presumptuous! Silver God, take back your words immediately. Otherwise, I will regard it as an insult to the Great Western Alliance." A torrent of abuse hit, like a tidal wave. Su-Yu was calm. He looked around at the gods and sneered coldly. "Do you still need me to insult you?" With just a few words, you were used by Luo Huan without the slightest time to think. Who was the one who shouted to kill the wronged? If I were a demon, and any of you were elected, I would have a way to make fools like you kill each other like you did today. The gods were angry. Su-Yu's words poked at their weakness, but they couldn't convince them. This is just because we trusted Luo Huan too much. It's not because we lack thinking. The corners of Su-Yu's lips curled up into a cold smile. "Do you mean that if another unexpected situation occurs, you will be extremely calm and rational?" As soon as this question was asked, many of the gods looked very gloomy. "Silver God, there must be a limit to your bullying, right? After all, we are gods who have lived for thousands of years. Don't deny our thousands of years of recuperation because of one incident." Su-Yu said lightly, "All right." Su-Yu flicked his wrist, and the Buddha beads made a tinkling sound as they collided. Then 9 streams of terrifying devil chi came from beyond the heavens and shrouded the Milky Way. In the demonic aura, the bodies of 9,000 feet tall demonic gods were looming, emitting a terrible aura that shook the galaxy. In particular, the 3 at the front gave all the gods present a terrifying sense of majesty. Demon. Demon gods. 9 demon gods. No, those 3. They are the demon prince and the demon queen. Demon. Demon emperor's children. Run. The demons are invading. They are invading on a large scale. If it were ordinary demon gods, they probably wouldn't be so flustered. However, the ones who appeared were not ordinary demons, but the rumored demon prince and demon queen. Combined with what Su Yu had seen and heard, they were instinctively afraid. Panic spread like a plague. No one knew who screamed in horror, but 100 gods suddenly fled in panic. Stop right there. Those who flee kill. Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity shouted at the same time, their murderous intent awe-inspiring. The 2 of them were majestic, and their loud roars really frightened the frightened gods. Suppressing their fear, they gathered together again and stared at the 9 demonic gods in horror. In the galaxy, there had never been 9 demonic gods who descended together, and there had never been a demon prince and demon queen personally leading a team, especially the demon prince and demon queen. The impact on them was too great. The silver god is a traitor. He actually hid a demon god with him. No wonder he could come out of the demon dimension alive. He must have surrendered to the demon dimension. He gained our trust in order to lead the demons to attack us. Don't be afraid, everyone, we have the numbers. Let's go together and destroy the silver god first, then fight against the demon gods together. In the panic, everyone huddled together and found a common goal. All of you stop. What a disgrace. Shimin Jian's old face was red as he snorted angrily. Glittering Deity stared at them coldly. A bunch of idiots. For the 2 gods to curse, it was obvious how angry they were. The gods quieted down a little. But the silver god colluded with the demon dimension. Shut the hell up! When will you calm down? Glittering Deity glared at him angrily. If he really colluded with the demon dimension, wouldn't it be easy to kill all of you at the wedding today while you were poisoned? Is it necessary to fight them alone now? Yes, after being scolded by Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity, many gods finally calmed down a little and realized that this seemed to be the problem. When all the gods had calmed down, Su Yu sneered. Is this what you call 1,000 years of recuperation? What happened to being insulted? What happened to being calm and collected? In the face of the still, bewildered gazes of the gods, Su Yu said lightly, Tell these idiots who you are. Yes, master. The 9 demonic gods flew behind Su Yu and greeted him respectfully, calling him master. This scene caused the galaxy to fall into dead silence again. After a long time, there was a gasp. I didn't hear it wrong, did I, master? I think he called me master. Did he subdue so many demonic gods? There is even a royal family among them. The first prince held his sword with both arms and looked at the gods with disdain. He said coldly, the first prince of the demon dimension, Jing Fei Yun. Hiss. Among the crowd, there was another gasp. The first prince of the demon dimension. The rumored most powerful prince and princess? Even Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity shuddered, and their scalps went numb. It was rumored that the first prince of the demon dimension was unparalleled, second only to the demon emperor and the god of death. The 2 of them looked at the first prince and felt as if their souls had been pierced by a sharp arrow. They were horrified. The 6th princess of the demon dimension, Jing Xian. TSK, a bunch of idiots. The 6th princess snorted coldly and arrogantly. When her gaze fell on Su Yu, her beautiful eyes shone brightly. The more she followed Su Yu, the more she realized Su Yu's charm. In comparison, the gods who boasted of their intelligence were as stupid as ants in front of Su Yu. The more she looked, the more the 6th princess's heart beat. The 2nd princess of the demon dimension, Jing Yan. Really, why do I have to report my origins to this group of weak idiots? The 2nd princess stared at Su Yu with dissatisfaction. Among the 3 princes and princesses, She was the only one who had not been restricted. But her tone was as if she was living under someone else's roof. The Demon Dimensions Raging Fire City Master, Zhang Shen. The Demon Dimensions Qinyuan City Master, Zhang Lai. The 9 demon gods reported their origins and looked at the hundreds of gods of the Great Western Alliance with indifference. Their lofty arrogance and disdain were in stark contrast to their reverence for Suyu. At this moment, all the gods of the Alliance were shocked and no longer had any doubts. Suyu had really subdued 3 royal demon gods and 6 demon gods of the same level as the city master. Since ancient times, this was the first time a Xing River creature had done so. Suyu looked at the gods in the sky and said indifferently, "History tells us that groups are ignorant. You have used your actions to illustrate this historical conclusion very well." Hearing this, the faces of all the deities in the world flushed red, and they felt ashamed. They swore that they had thousands of years of cultivation and refused to accept Suyu's criticism of their stupidity. But the result, it turned out that they were stupid. They panicked in the face of unexpected events and had no time to think. If such a person became the Alliance leader, what would they do if they encountered a sudden invasion of the demon race? The gods smiled bitterly, and no one dared to confront Suyu. Suyu looked around at them coldly, and his voice shook the Xing River. "I want to be the Alliance leader. Who else disagrees? Who else disagrees? Who else disagrees?" Chapter 1281. Who wouldn't be convinced? In terms of power, Suyu had the power that none of the anti-demon families could match. He had 3 princes and princesses, 6 city masters, and 6 deities under the command of the Gong Sun deity. Even Luo Huan's forces had not reached such a powerful level at his peak. In terms of ability, Luo Huan could be considered a formidable hero of his generation, toying with the gods in the palm of his hand. However, Luo Huan was Suyu's plaything. The most suitable candidate for the Alliance master position was none other than Suyu. Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The founding ancestors of the Great Western Alliance would never have imagined that one day the Great Western Alliance would be led by an outsider. However, they also felt that Suyu was more suitable than anyone else. Suyu did not belong to any faction in the Great Western Alliance. Once he came to power, no faction would receive preferential treatment or suppression. At the same time, his identity as the acting deity of the Great Eastern Alliance would have a moderating effect when the Eastern and Western alliances formed an alliance to avoid violent confrontation. Furthermore, judging from the behavior of the various gods just now, they were indeed too stupid and needed an elite to lead them. After a moment of silence, the 2 most prestigious family heads nodded and said, "I, Shimin Jian, recommend the Silver God to be the new leader of the Alliance. I, Linling Fan, nominate the Silver God as the new Alliance leader." With the 2 of them speaking, the position of Alliance leader was basically settled. After that, the gods expressed their support one after another. So what if they didn't support it? Suyu's expression was calm as he said, "I will accept the position of Alliance Master, but I will accept it for all of you." The deities were all embarrassed. Was it because they were stupid that the deities had come to lead them? The gods could only smile bitterly. Next, it's time to investigate the remaining evil of Luo Huan. Suyu said coldly, "Luo Huan is not dead yet, and the remaining evil must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will become a serious threat to the Great Western Alliance." The gods had no objections to this. Imagine if they were fighting the invading demons, and Luo Huan suddenly jumped out and commanded his loyal subordinates to stab the Alliance in the back. How terrifying would that be? Of course, getting rid of them would result in losses, but it was for the sake of avoiding more casualties in the future. The degree of cleansing is divided into 2 levels. First, kill all the subordinates who participated in this conspiracy. Leave none alive. Their families would be handed over to the other deity families for strict supervision. All the god names bestowed upon him were erased from now on. All old friends, disciples, masters, and other familiar people are to be investigated by the Alliance. Those who do not obey will be seen as participants in the conspiracy and will be killed without mercy. Hearing this, the gods, who had been mentally prepared for this, shuddered in fear. This was the annihilation of the entire clan. Of course, Suyu still left a way out. He only imprisoned his clansmen and handed them over to other deity families as slaves. As for old friends, disciples, and other related people, they were investigated. Although he had eased up a little, the ruthlessness of his methods did not match his age at all. Second, the type that can atone for one's crimes. Set up a restriction on the gods who are unaware of the situation and have been coerced. Assign them to the other aristocratic families and listen to their orders. If they have any ulterior motives, kill them. The deities secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Suyu, who had just been promoted to a higher position, would suddenly become excited and kill all of them. If it was really like that, then the losses this time would be too heavy. That's all. Shimin Jian, Lin Lang Fan, take your men with you. If you encounter any resistance, obstruction, or refusal to cooperate, kill first and report later. Yes. The murderous order shocked the deities of the heavens. From his strength to his methods to his temperament, all of them were sincerely convinced. This was definitely an existence more ambitious than Luo Huan. With awe in their hearts, many deities went to carry out the order. 10 days later, in the meeting hall of the Alliance Master's mansion, which had changed owners after 10 days of intense cleanup operations, the 3 great deity families that were affiliated with the Alliance Master had all been investigated. Reporting to the Alliance Master, the heads of the 3 great anti-demon families, led by Gongsun deity, were all participants in the conspiracy. Among them, Gongsun deity was the mastermind. Please make a decision, Alliance Master. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. The heads of the other 2 great families will be executed immediately. Gongsun deity will be deprived of his godly spirit, his divine blood will be extracted, and his head will be displayed in public. The people of the Gongsun family will be slaves and will never be employed again. The conflict between Gongsun deity and Suyu was well known, so no one pleaded for them. In that case, the cleanup operation is complete. Shimin Jian heaved a sigh of relief. The number of people killed and injured in the past few days was not small. Glittering deity was also a little tired. In the past 10 days, he had to kill a deity almost every day. There were even more prospective deities, no less than 30 or 40. Among them, most of them were descendants of the deities who had committed crimes. In short, the massacre this time could be said to have shaken the Great Western Alliance and was unprecedented. However, because of this, the Great Western Alliance was ruthlessly massacred and the unstable elements were swept away. Reporting to the Alliance Master, there is one more thing to report, Glittering deity said hesitantly. Su Yu said, go ahead. Shimin Jian and I caught a group of people during the cleanup process. They tried to escape from the Great Western Alliance. After they were discovered by my people, we caught them and brought them back for confidentiality reasons. Su Yu was surprised. Who could it be that needed Shimin Jian and Glittering deity to capture together? Tell me, who are they? If they are not guilty, they can be pardoned, Su Yu said. Glittering deity said, they are the emissaries from the Great Eastern Alliance, the Shang deity, the Sword deity, and the daughter of the Shang deity, Shang Yuanxin. They were originally responsible for discussing alliance matters. This time, they discovered the changes in the Great Western Alliance and were worried about getting involved, so they fled. Hearing this, Su Yu was surprised. How could he have almost forgotten about them? The delegation represented by the Shang deity had arrived at the Great Western Alliance as early as half a year ago to discuss the joint alliance between the 2 alliances. It was only because Gongsun Shan, the son of Gongsun deity, was greedy for Shang Yuanxin's beauty. Threats and promises had failed, so the alliance was delayed until today. The alliance is inevitable. This matter will be handled by me personally. Bring them to see me alone." The deities had no objections. They were also inclined to form an alliance. However, in the past, Luo Huan was in power and allowed villains to obstruct the alliance. Now that Alliance Master Su was in charge, there was no more suspense. After the meeting, in the prison of the Great Western Alliance, Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity came together. Walking to a cage that even the deities could not break, the two smiled slightly. "Sorry for the inconvenience. The Alliance Master invites you in." The Shang deity's pretty face turned cold. "The new Alliance Master? Humph! Why did the coup in the Great Western Alliance involve us and imprison us? The Great Eastern Alliance will not let this go." Speaking of which, they were really wronged. They had traveled thousands of miles to discuss the alliance, but they were put in a difficult position. Not only did they achieve nothing in half a year, but they were also involved in an unprecedented bloody coup in the Great Western Alliance. During those days, the heavens wept blood every day. Deities fell and heads rolled. The whole Great Western Alliance was in a state of panic and anxiety. The Shang deity felt that this was not the time to form an alliance, so she led her people away secretly. However, she was detained by Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity for 5 or 6 days on the grounds that they could not leak the secret. For more than half a year, the Shang deity had been suffering and sulking. Now that she knew that the new Alliance Master who had ascended through the coup wanted to see them, she naturally did not look happy. Shimin Jian said blankly, "Shang deity, please come with me. The Alliance Master invites you in." The Shang deity's face was livid. She sneered, "What if I don't go? Will he kill me?" She did not believe that the Alliance Master would be so reckless as to kill an envoy. However, the indifferent expressions of the two deities stunned the Shang deity. "Our new Alliance Master is a man of great talent and strategy. His ambition far exceeds that of any previous Alliance Masters. I advise you not to be a stumbling block for him," Shimin Jian said lightly. Glittering Deity said, "The Alliance Master will not tolerate anyone standing in his way of hegemony. If you continue to be stubborn, I don't think that a mere identity as an envoy will make him afraid." Hearing the two deities with the highest status in the Great Western Alliance treat the Alliance Master who had ascended through the coup as if he was the great way of heaven and earth, she could not help but be astonished. Great talent and strategy, unparalleled ambition, and hegemony. The current Alliance Master, Luo Huan, was said to be an ambitious person. It was rare to see such a person even in 100,000 years. Could it be that the current Alliance Master was even more outstanding than him? Hegemony? How arrogant! However, I can understand. After all, you have just pledged your allegiance to him. Naturally, you have to flatter him," the Shang deity said disdainfully. Shimin Jian and Glittering Deity shook their heads lightly. "Ha ha! An unparalleled person who is killed in and out of the demonic world. The demonic prince and demonic queen serve him as their master, and the city master and demonic god follow him loyally. I don't think he needs people like us to flatter him." Upon hearing this, the Shang deity who was getting up froze. Then, as if she had been electrocuted, she suddenly raised her head and said in shock, "What did you say? The demonic prince and demonic queen serve him as their master?" During the battle in the world of divine remains, the horror of the 7th prince and 6th princess was still vivid in her mind. How could there be a living creature who could make such powerful beings surrender? The Shang deity could not believe it. Moreover, he had killed in and out of the demonic world. Since when did such an unparalleled divine king exist in the Milky Way? Not only that, but our new Alliance Master's ambition is not in the Western Alliance or the Eastern Alliance, but the entire Milky Way. His next step is to unify the Milky Way, control all living creatures in the Milky Way, and compete with the demonic world. This is an ambition that the previous Alliance Masters of the Great Western Alliance have never had. He really... The Shang deity could not describe the shock in her heart. The Great Western Alliance actually had such a terrifying existence. Compared to this, the Eastern Alliance, which was already in a weak position, was even more Shang deity. Think about it carefully. If you stand in the way of the Alliance Master's hegemony, your identity as an emissary will not be of any use, Shimin Jian said. The Shang deity's expression had already changed. She no longer had any disrespect. She said, "Do we go now?" "He is waiting for you." The Shang deity's body trembled, and she felt uneasy. Who is this unparalleled divine king of the Milky Way? The Shang deity found that she had not felt for many years, and her heart was filled with anxiety. The sword deity's lips also trembled slightly. Although Shimin Jian and the glittering deity had only said a few words, in his ears it was as magnificent as an ancient myth. Killing in and out of the demonic world, conquering the demonic prince and princesses, creating clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, launching a coup and quickly ascending to the position of Alliance Master. Every single thing, every single one of them, just listening to it made his blood boil. Both of them felt great pressure, just like when they were small mortal fairies and were received by a deity. "It seems that you all understand, then let's go," Shimin Jian said, glancing at the depths of the cage, at Shang Yuanqin, who was motionless. "You all want to see him come together." Shang Yuanqin was indifferent, and she seemed to be in low spirits. The Shang deity sighed secretly. Su Yu's death, and she was forced to get married, and the successive blows had indeed worn down her will. However, now was not the time to be willful. They were going to see the unparalleled hero that had never appeared before. "Yuanqin, what are you talking about? If you offend the Alliance Master, even your mother can't save you." Hearing the reprimand, Shang Yuanqin reluctantly got up and followed behind them gloomily. She whispered, "What unparalleled hero! If Su Yu was still alive, he would be able to do it one day." She had an almost blind faith in Su Yu. "Shut up!" The Shang deity scolded. "Su Yu is dead. I admit that he was outstanding, but dead is dead. He has no value. What you're going to see now is an unparalleled great emperor. Don't talk nonsense anymore." Shang Yuanqin was resentful, but in her heart, she firmly believed that if Su Yu was alive, given time, he could also become a great emperor in the Milky Way. Chapter 1282. Alliance Master Residence, Conference Hall. Su Yu sat quietly on the Alliance Master's throne. It was forged from the Star River Heaven crystal sand, which had a very obvious strengthening effect on the celestial energy sphere. It was also greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. In just 10 days, Su Yu had silently broken through from the 3rd realm of Mortal Fairy to the 4th realm of Mortal Fairy. He was only one step away from breaking through to the prospective deity. At this moment, he was quietly flipping through the precious books in the Alliance Master's residence. These books were the only copies in the galaxy and could not be obtained in the outside world. They had been passed down in the Alliance Master's residence for millions of years. They were the oldest books in the world. Moreover, only the Alliance Master had the authority to read these legacy books. Much of the information recorded in it was related to the lost ancient era. Although the information in the ancient records was messy and fragmented, it wasn't hard to tell that the ancient era of the Milky Way was an unbelievably prosperous era. In that era, a celestial elixir could allow a mortal to become a god in one step, and a divine art could allow a mortal to contend against the great Tao of heaven and earth. In that era, there were as many gods in the galaxy as there were hairs on an ox. The entire galaxy was connected with the cavern world, and the vast divine light that burst out illuminated the entire ancient galaxy. In that era, many peerless figures who were like overlords of heaven and earth appeared. With a single thought, the immortal abode world was annihilated, and with a single finger the universe was turned upside down, and yin and yang were in chaos. However, that era perished billions of years ago. None of the ancient records described the cause of destruction. It was as if there was some existence in the world that had erased the cause of destruction, making it impossible to record it. He only knew that the prosperous era was destroyed overnight. The overlord of heaven and earth disappeared. The peerless deities fell one after another, and the boundless cavern world continued to collapse. In an instant, the brightly illuminated Milky Way turned into a patch of dead silence. Only the two alliances of today were struggling at death's door. They were not even a billionth of what they were during the Golden Age. What had happened back then that caused that glorious era to disappear overnight? Su Yu surveyed the hidden treasure, but did not find any clues. He only saw 3 blurry words on a tattered ancient book, but they were specially marked by the ancient god's blood. Ancient God Realm. This dilapidated book was records of the Grand Historian, which recorded the important history of the universe. The 3 words, Ancient God Realm, were the last 3 words recorded in the records of the Grand Historian. After that, it seemed to have been destroyed by some kind of power. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that those 3 words were marked with God's blood, they would have been erased as well. The ancient God realm again. Su Yu murmured. He knew about the existence of the ancient God realm from the demon emperor's children, but they didn't know where it was or what it represented. Before the fall of the Golden Era, the last place recorded in history was the ancient God realm. Could it be that the destruction of that era was related to the ancient God realm? After reading it, Su Yu could not pull himself away for a long time. It turned out that such an incredible era once existed in the Milky Way. Every alliance leader had left a note in the ancient records, and all of them referred to it as the ancient mythological era. They all revealed boundless yearning and regret, hating themselves for not being born in the glorious mythological era. Unfortunately, everything had been wiped out in the mysterious upheaval. The 2 remaining alliances had only inherited a trace of the mythological era. Su Yu sighed silently, his mind unable to calm down for a long time. When Shang deity, sword deity, and Shang Yuanxin entered the palace, they saw a figure leaning on the throne of the alliance master and reading the ancient books carefully. Because the books blocked his face, they could not see his face clearly. They could only recognize that this great emperor-like figure was very young. The sword deity took a light breath and looked at Shang deity, both of them looking surprised. Shang deity, if this great almighty did not deliberately conceal his age, he seems to be in his 20s, right? The sword deity secretly transmitted his voice. Shang deity was astonished. Yes, he is too young. He can't be the alliance master, can he? No matter how talented he was at such a young age, it was impossible for him to become such a powerful and mighty existence, right? However, Shimin Jian and Lin Lang Fan bowed. Reporting to the alliance master, the person has been brought here. He was really the alliance master. Shang deity and sword deity were shocked. How could the great and mighty almighty emperor be such a young person? Oh, Su Yu woke up from his deep thoughts and slowly closed the book. Shang deity and sword deity held their breaths and stared at Su Yu, who was gradually revealing his true appearance. They were extremely curious about what kind of existence this young almighty emperor was. When the ancient book was completely closed, Su Yu's true appearance was fully revealed. His long silver hair was casually draped over his shoulders. His handsome face was as handsome as an immortal, reflecting a confident expression. At this moment, Shang deity and sword deity were stunned. They were stunned for a full 10 breaths. They stared at Su Yu's face without blinking, as if they had fallen into some kind of doubt. Strange thoughts even flashed through their minds. Could there be a strange illusory spell here that allowed them to see Su Yu? Until Shang Yuanxin's scream pulled them back to reality. Su Yu, you are not dead. An exclamation filled with surprise, joy, and excitement that swept away all the gloom in the room. How dare you? How dare you call the Alliance Master by his name? Shimin Jian shouted. Kneel down and beg the Alliance Master for forgiveness. Shimin Jian was extremely imposing, and Sheng Yuanxin was so frightened that her knees buckled and she almost knelt down. Ha ha ha, Miss Yuanxin, long time no see. Su Yu put down the book in his hand and smiled. Xing deity and sword deity looked at Su Yu in disbelief. Their mouths opened, but no words came out. How could they accept that Su Yu, who had clearly died in the demonic dimension, had become the alliance master of the great Western Alliance in the blink of an eye, and a powerful being of the Xing River who had dominated time and space? The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Shimin deity, Linlang deity, you may leave. Shimin Jian and Linlang Fan retreated in awe. When they were the only ones left, Su Yu smiled lightly. I haven't seen you in years. How have you been? Xing deity said with great difficulty. I'm fine, sword deity stammered. Yes, it's been a long time. Only Shan Yuanxin's eyes were sparkling, and her face was overflowing with surprise. She stared at Su Yu without blinking. Sit down. Su Yu waved his hand and smiled. Xing deity and sword deity still felt like they were in a dream. They said, No, that's not necessary. We can just stand and talk. Only then did they react, and they immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, Alliance Master Su. Su Yu sighed helplessly. Both of you are old friends. Why do you have to be so distant? How could Xing deity and sword deity still dare to treat Su Yu as a small acting deity of the Great Eastern Alliance? Hearing that, they sat down anxiously. However, Sheng Yuanxin, who was innocent by nature, sat down with a smile and chattered. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Humph, you are the most cunning. Others said that you fell into the demonic dimension and must have died, but I think you probably didn't die. Sure enough, not only did you not die, but you also became the Alliance Master of the Great Western Alliance. Ignoring Xing deity and sword deity's fearful eyes, Sheng Yuanxin kept asking questions. Tell me quickly, what did you experience in the demonic dimension? Did you cause a commotion in the demonic dimension? I heard that you subdued the demon prince and princess. How did you do it? And how did you escape from the demonic dimension? Su Yu laughed as he listened and roughly explained his trip in the demonic dimension. Xing Yuanxin's eyes lit up as if she was listening to a legendary story. Every time she reached a wonderful part, she couldn't help but feel excited and worried for Su Yu. When she heard that Su Yu had turned danger into safety with his strategy, she couldn't help but applaud. Xing deity and sword deity also listened with great interest and were extremely engrossed. Su Yu's encounter in the demonic dimension was really full of danger. One wrong step and he would be doomed eternally. Su Yu had no one to rely on, and with his own strength, he turned the demonic dimension upside down. After listening, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was wonderful, several times more wonderful than a fictional story. Well, that's enough. It's time to finalize the alliance between the Eastern and Western alliances, Su Yu said. Xing deity and sword deity were delighted. The day they had been waiting for had finally come. The alliance between the two sides had a foundation of half a year, and the points of discussion had already been discussed and perfected, but it was deliberately obstructed by Gongsun deity. Now that the two sides hit it off, the agreement of the alliance was quickly reached. The two sides would form an anti-demon alliance, integrate their forces and gather in one place. As for who would give orders in the anti-demon alliance, each of the two alliances would nominate a person to be in charge. Of course, Su Yu took a step back and decided to move the entire Western Alliance to join the Eastern Alliance. Such a big project would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the Western Alliance gods. However, it was extremely necessary. The Western Alliance was too close to the demonic dimension. If the demonic dimension no longer kept them in captivity and chose to go all out, the Western Alliance would perish in less than a day. Therefore, no matter who objected, this place must be moved. After some discussion, the two sides signed an alliance contract. Xing deity and sword deity's wish had been fulfilled, and they could not help but be overjoyed. Su Yu was also a little relieved. The alliance of the two alliances was the most important thing in the fight against the demons. This step was preliminarily completed. While feeling relaxed, Su Yu just remembered something, and his face was a little cold. Shang deity, sword deity, there is one thing I want to ask you. My old friends in the Jojo cavern world, Gongsun deity and his daughter, who made the decision to send them back to the Western Alliance. Shang deity and sword deity's faces suddenly froze, and their expressions suddenly became ugly. They had almost forgotten Su Yu's current situation in the Eastern Alliance. Seeing that the two of them wanted to say something, Su Yu said lightly, "Do you two think that with a paper contract there is no need to worry?" Even saying this showed Su Yu's dissatisfaction with their attitude. Shang deity and sword deity did not dare to hide it anymore. In a low voice, they said, "It was the Dakini who ordered it. It's that ignorant virgin goddess." Su Yu's eyes were cold. In fact, he had already guessed it. After confirming that it was her, he could not help but feel murderous. Staring at their evasive expressions, Su Yu said coldly, "What else did she do?" "Everything related to me. Say it all. Don't hesitate. You should know my temper. Deceiving me will only make the situation worse." Shang deity smiled bitterly. The worst situation had happened. Su, you not only came back alive, but also became the powerful Western Alliance master. He could control the fate of the Eastern Alliance with a single thought. Hey, Feather Deity, I hope you can calm down after hearing this. The Dakini did do a lot of things against you. If we say it, I hope you will be mentally prepared. Shang deity sighed deeply. Chapter 1283. For this Dakini, Su Yu did not hate her very much, but he did not like her very much. She could be kind to her enemies, but harsh to her own people. Only in a peaceful environment would such a wonderful Virgin Mary be born. If she was just an ordinary person, such a mentality would only harm herself. The terrible thing was that she was the spiritual leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. The Shang deity sighed. Since we returned from the world of divine remains, a series of changes have taken place in the Great Eastern Alliance. The first is to reorganize the power, follow the example of the Great Western Alliance, change the loose system of the Great Eastern Alliance, and establish a centralized general alliance called the Eastern Deity Temple. The Dakini will be the temple master and the merchant god, and I will be the deputy temple masters. Then, according to the ranking, 10 hall masters will be set up. This model is almost exactly the same as the Great Western Alliance. Glancing at Su Yu, the Shang deity said, "In this change, the Dakini will expel the families of the deities who have not returned for 100 years from their travels from the alliance of 100 deities." Hearing this, Su Yu shouted coldly, "Nonsense! Even though the deities have been traveling for a long time and have not returned for 100 years, all their resources remain in the alliance. If they expel the alliance like this, wouldn't they divide the power in their hands? What is the fate of the expelled deity families?" Su Yu said coldly, "Either they are attacked and killed by the hostile deity families, or they surrender to another deity family and get protection as slaves, or they are sent to escape from the Great Eastern Alliance and hide in the abandoned cavern world in the Xing River." Sure enough, a expelled family without the protection of the alliance and the protection of the deities in the family would not be a piece of fat meat in everyone's eyes. If they did not escape, the family would inevitably decline or even be exterminated. What was more terrible was that if the deities of these families did not die and suddenly return from their travels, only to find that the forces they had worked so hard to build had been reduced to such a state, what would the deity do? Continue to work for the Great Eastern Alliance? What a joke! Not being an enemy of the Great Eastern Alliance was already benevolent. This move of the Dakini was simply self-mutilation. What about the Crane deity's family? Su Yu asked. He didn't even need to think to know the fate of the Crane deity's cavern world. The Shang deity said helplessly, Because you fell into the devil realm and were judged to be dead, the crane deity's cavern world was confiscated and became the public property of the Eastern Deity Hall. The clansmen of the crane deity's family were expelled from the alliance. Fortunately, the son of the merchant god, Yang Tai, and the son of the instrument god, Wang Yunxian, protected them from the fate of the deity's family. Yang Tai and Wang Yunxian? Su, you remembered this favor. Did Dakini do anything else? The Shang deity nodded. There's also the investigation of the wanted criminals of the Great Western Alliance. Gongsun and his daughter were sent back to the Great Western Alliance because of this. What do you mean by repatriation? The Gongsun father and daughter weren't qualified to be on the deportation list at all. Dakini had forced them onto the list. If she wasn't targeting Suyu, why would the dignified Dakini pay attention to insignificant people like the Gongsun father and daughter? What else? Also, the entire alliance is cleaning up unknown forces. Among them, Ghost Deity's son, Gui Wuying, is suspected of forming an illegal force and spying on the secrets of the Great Eastern Alliance. Ghost Prison's Great Emperor? Su Yu's eyes were filled with cold light. He was the one who asked the Ghost Prison's Great Emperor to lead the intelligence personnel that he had secretly trained and continued to search for information. Even he was arrested. All the so-called measures were related to Su Yu. They were obviously targeting him. This made Su Yu's killing intent rise. He couldn't help but wonder why Dakini was targeting him like this. Was there some kind of deep hatred between them? So, I have to go back to the Great Eastern Alliance in person? Hearing this, the Shang deity and the Sword deity were nervous at the same time. Now Su Yu's status was respected, and every move he made represented the will of the Great Western Alliance. Did he go to the Great Eastern Alliance this time to start a war? Thinking of this, both of them smiled bitterly. The Shang deity felt even more ashamed and said, I failed to stop it from happening. I am responsible. Of course you are responsible. Su Yu stared at the two of them. Hearing this, the Shang deity and the Sword deity stiffened and looked embarrassed. They were just being polite. How could they really feel that they were responsible? You know that Dakini's decision will cause endless harm. As the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance, why didn't you stop it? If one can't stop it, then 10. If 10 can't stop it, then 20. Su Yu reprimanded coldly. His sharp eyes clearly saw the disapproval of the Shang deity and the Sword deity. They thought it was not his fault. A loose alliance without a strong system. You have so many deities, but you allowed an ignorant woman to issue an unreasonable order. Are you still qualified to be the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance? The Shang deity and the Sword deity still did not care and looked indifferent. Did you think that the Dakini would only bring harm to the powerless deity families and would never harm you? That's why you didn't care, right? Su Yu sneered. How naive! From a loose organization to a centralized organization in an instant. Do you think changing the name of the Great Eastern Alliance to the Eastern Temple can solve the problem? Su Yu said, the centralization of power will inevitably cause many deities to be dissatisfied because they have lost the power to control a cavern world. They will definitely resent Dakini for taking away their power. There is only one way to suppress resentment, and that is to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Frighten them with bloody means. Su Yu sneered. Who do you think will be the first to be suppressed by Dakini? Ordinary deities will not work. The only one who can be deterred, who do you think is the most likely? Of course, it is the two deputy temple masters. The Shang deity's heart skipped a beat, and she said, You are just guessing. Then I would like to ask, why did Dakini, who never intended to form an alliance, suddenly order you to become an emissary and leave the Great Eastern Alliance? Of course, it is to make things easier. Su Yu said, If I am not mistaken, your Shang deity family has almost been eradicated. The Shang deity suddenly stood up, her eyes flashing with shock. Speaking of which, The family had not communicated with her for a long time. She only thought that the alliance was peaceful and had nothing important to do. However, thinking about it carefully, how could the Great Eastern Alliance be peaceful when it was undergoing drastic reforms? The people had not communicated for half a year. Perhaps, as Suyu said, they could not communicate. Humph. Go and reflect on it. Suyu waved his hand. Xing Yuanxin nodded gratefully at Suyu. She was also disappointed with the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance. No matter what the Dakini did, due to her absolute strength, as long as it did not harm her, she would be indifferent to it. Little did they know that the Dakini was destroying the Great Eastern Alliance step by step. When they left, his eyes turned cold. He did not hate the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance, who did nothing. They were not related to Suyu, so why should they save his people? However, he was disappointed with the Great Eastern Alliance. A group of rotten wood corroded by peace, and they have become frogs in warm water, but they do not know anything. Suyu shook his head. It seems that the Great Eastern Alliance really needs to go back. Suyu murmured. It just so happened that the entire Great Western Alliance was migrating, so he could lead the Great Western Alliance directly to the Great Eastern Alliance. As for the Dakini, Suyu felt that she should not be left alive. He did not believe that a deity who was in a high position was really a Virgin Mary who was forgiving to her enemies. If that was the case, she would have died hundreds of times. The only explanation was that the Dakini had other intentions. As he was thinking, Suyu suddenly pressed his chest, and there was a touch of surprise between his eyebrows. What's going on? His chest was hot for no reason, and when he pulled up his clothes, his face changed. The curse of the Central Prefecture's king, which was sealed by the tree goddess, broke through the cover of the seal and emitted a trace of special demonic energy. Swish! At this time, the tree goddess sensed the abnormality and flashed out. When she saw Suyu's situation, she was also surprised. How could this be? The seal that I reinforced was actually broken. The curse has been in a state of seal. Why did it suddenly become violent? The tree goddess looked solemn. The curse is summoning someone, and it is a deity who is far better than me. Otherwise, it would be impossible to trigger the curse in the air.